You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Come here, little brother. That's a big one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Full grown mamma jamma.
That is Kentucky's Matt Robertson staking out a position very remote, far, far offshore in massive Lake St. Clair. That in itself is a statement. That first fish of the day for him was a statement also. One of many, many storylines we have working here at the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. This is the next to the last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. So many things to settle here. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Hyde, Ronnie Moore, and Mike Such-Sukon. Let's take a look at the weigh-in yesterday to see who we'll be covering today, including Taku Ito and Paul Mueller, the pro from Connecticut.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We had Paul Mueller there, had a great day. We'll be seeing him today. Cole Sands, a good tournament for him. Good to see him up on the top of the leaderboard. Matt Robertson, we saw him get off to a good start this morning. He's one of the few people out basically in the middle of Lake St. Clair.
And Tommy, it seems like every year this guy is making a great smallmouth swing. Justin Atkins from Alabama feeling right at home up at Lake St. Clair. And we know this guy is probed, ready to go for smallmouth. Easton Fothergill starting the day in 5th place.
Logan Parks, third-year angler, great competitor out here and having his best tournament of the season so far. Kyoya Fujita, man, he comes into shine this time of year. That is for sure, proving he can get it done on this day as well.
Tucker Smith, what a day yesterday. Came in with over 26 pounds, five pounders. When you hear 26 pounds, you think maybe he had a 6 or 7 pounder, all 5 pounders.
One of the most incredible anglers over the last almost 2 years now. Second-year man Trey McKinney trying to win this thing wire to wire. Not easy to do here, but the fishing is terrific. That's our current leaderboard right now. That's sort of a false impression of what's going on right now because we never really get earnestly into it until everyone has accumulated their limits, and it won't take long today. So great to have you with us here for our coverage of this semifinal Saturday day, setting us up for a championship Sunday. We got 50 anglers from our original 101, and they are really fighting hard to get into that top 10 because only the top 10 will make it to Sunday. The state of Michigan, we always love coming here. We couldn't wait to get our northern swing, our traditional northern swing started, and we go to the world's largest freshwater system, the Great Lakes, and in between two of them there is massive Lake St. Clair. Davey, you have won here. You know how awesome this place is.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, Tommy. My first trip here on Lake St. Clair, 1994. The sunrise is just as beautiful today as it was then. And here's something else. The fishing is even better than it was in the 90s. One of the few places in the country where the fishing has gotten better and better over the last 30 years.
TH Marine Weather Watch, a little warmer each and every day of this tournament, but not so much. Perfect temperature to start, room temperature, sunny. Very little chance of rain, almost zero chance of rain. You couldn't ask for better conditions. Wind blowing mostly out of the south throughout the course of this, and we don't expect it to be out of hand today by any means.
Yeah, the weather's always a factor here you have to pay attention to, but we've had perfect conditions so far, and it's supposed to be that way today and tomorrow. A big thing you have to pay attention to. Lake Huron above us, Lake Erie below us, but Lake St. Clair looks small when you're looking at the map compared to those other two Great Lakes, but it is a big fishery that you have to pay attention, not only to the wind, but the boat traffic on a Saturday like today.
Just earlier today, Connecticut's Paul Mueller.
So you got
multiple wins in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
This would truly be a great opportunity to do something not many people have done, Davey. He's won on all largemouth, won on all spotted bass, and if he could win this week, he's been close. He could win, have 3 elite wins on all 3 species of bass.
Getting off to a good start this morning with an early limit, but those will have to be bigger by the time he comes in to have a chance to hold another blue trophy over his head, because we've seen a lot of 4 and 5 pound smallmouth. It's good to get off to a good start, get your 5 fish in the live well, but you have to have 4+ pounders to really be in contention for the win.
Paul, one of the top 10, will be with all day, in the boat with all day long. We started out today with a look at Matt Robertson with some great results, great outcomes early on. This is him live.
Come on, buddy. Hey, you never know. It could be a 4. I don't know. It looked like a 3, though. This thing's will fool you. Baby. Come on. This one give you a 5-star hotel in the ugly stick boat.
You hear Matt
No
Robertson.
continental breakfast.
Curious what size these fish are. It's always fun to catch smallmouth bass, but in this tournament, they have to be the 4 and 5 pound class.
Don't look terrible. Oh, hell no. Don't look terrible. That's a big one. Holy shit.
You see his attitude changes a little bit when he sees the size of that bass. Let's just leave it there.
Yeah. Smiles,
We'll take it, baby.
expressions of wonderment.
3-pounder. 3 something. Maybe 3.5, 3 3/4. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Onum Hotel.
Really fished a good tournament. Really only one loss yesterday. That was kind of devastating right at the boat for him. But otherwise 24 even and 20 pounds even. 20 pounds is the bar. He hit par yesterday. 24 is, you know, on the good side of that par.
Yeah, take a look at where he's at. He's right at the U.S.-Canadian border. And if you're just joining us, this is day 3. Most of our competitors have been in one bay. It's called Anchor Bay, about 90 square miles. So it's a big, big bay. But 90 anglers, probably for the most part, have started there every single day. That starts to wear on those fish. Yesterday, listening to the weigh-in, you heard a lot of those anglers say these fish are getting smart because they've seen so many baits. They've been caught before. They've been released. They're getting tougher and tougher to catch. Matt Robertson is basically out on an island by itself in the middle of Lake St. Clair.
Well, let's dip down and check in with our leader, Trey McKinney.
Get a load of this guy.
He's sat in that top spot for 95% of the time so far in this tournament.
They have not caught the numbers of fish early in the morning like a Paul Mueller or KJ Queen. Some of those anglers have gotten off to a fast start. It's all about the average size of fish that Trey's been able to put in the boat, not the numbers. See how clear the water is. These anglers have to use light line because of that. You don't want these fish to see the line that you're using, so you have to take it easy with them.
There's a good one.
There's the right size.
Skinny. Gosh, so skinny. Go the back deck to weigh him. Dang, that was a good one for the first one. Yep, 4-pounder. Blue.
And for reference, he's saying 4-pounder for the first one. That 2+ pounder that is technically his first keeper, he's not even considering. You got 2 different limits today, Tommy. Your actual first 5 keepers and the first 5 you're okay with taking to weigh in. So this is number 1, even though it's his second.
Innumerable anglers have caught 5 fish that they've said,
I got to get rid of all
none
of
of them
these.
staying.
Yeah.
We got to get rid of everyone.
Yeah, and we've seen this week some anglers actually release a keeper-size fish before they get to their 5-fish limit because they know you cannot be in contention taking a 2-pounder to the scales here. So you may as well go ahead and release them.
Takumi Ito, 10th place, made it into our on-camera lineup today. Of course, his reputation around smallmouth. Smallmouth love him. He loves smallmouth. That's the whole story.
And we love to watch him catch
Yes,
smallmouth. It's
absolutely.
Always fun to watch and enjoyable.
Number one. Number one. Cutie bass.
You call it a cutie bass? That's a cute little bass.
Really?
I think you said cutie bass.
Before that fish, he had fallen from 10th to 39th. So all these other guys catching fish, he's got his catch-up fish to get back in there.
Can't have a bad hour on St. Clair, Davey. You may just see yourself. You might not be an anchor bay. You may have an anchor to your standing, just plummet.
Right. Get a look at Eastern Fothergill's live sonar here. You see there's several fish there, 20 to about 40 feet away from his boat. One bigger one there at 30 feet. He's got it hooked up.
You could see, Davey, when he panned his trolling motor real quick, the grass over to the left to the right, but where he was the sand, and that's something you and Mark Zona were talking about yesterday.
That's how fat he is. Oh yeah, that's a good one. High 3, maybe. Whoa. Come on, get off.
Yeah, Ronnie, you mentioned the grass that you saw eastern close to. Largemouth bass tend to want to be right in the vegetation. Smallmouth bass close to it, around an edge on the outside perimeters normally, inside or outside.
Let's get out to Tucker Smith, another one of our top 10 who's done very, very well getting away from the crowd.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Still got it. He hit it and came back for it. Little guy. But it's a start.
Tucker catching
Thanks.
most of his fish on a
Yeah,
3/16 ounce ball head jig with a plastic minnow type bait.
Back to our reigning classic champ, Easton Fothergill.
There's a real one. I thought you were going that way. We got the bug figured out. Got the top of it now, aren't you? We got the one. That's a real one. Come here. Yeah, baby.
Beautiful fish there.
Can't even see what bug I'm using. It's so deep. We got it figured out. Let's go. Let's make hay now.
Look out when the reigning classic champion said, "I've got it figured out."
Yeah, he kind of hinted at that yesterday, and may be coming true today. Kyoya Fujita's been super strong in this tournament, never out of the top 3, really.
Yes. Ooh, over there.
Yeah, when you're on a big, massive flat that we call Anchor Bay, Tommy, you could be 100 yards away from the right recipe. Today, if Easton's got it figured out, like you said, watch out, watch out.
10 cameras in the boat all day today. We're going to see a lot of fish catching. Things are moving fast already today. Take a look at the leaderboard. Dubin Mueller, Robertson, Trey McKinney, Drew Cook, Queen Palnick moving up into the top 10. Zaldane, Kung, and Austin Felix. But that will change and change constantly throughout this day. Very precarious in the top 10 here on St. Clair. 2025 Yokohama Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. It's sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Glad you're with us Saturday morning, our Bassmaster Live coverage of this important day number 3, next to last tournament of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Lots of storylines to watch, but right now that's our leaderboard, according to Bass Track, unofficially. Tim Doobie on top right now. Much needed first place standing, but as we say, all of these anglers are going to amass a limit very early on today, but right now he wins this award, Davey Hike.
Yeah, we got to give Tim Doobie Mercury move of the day so far on semifinal Saturday. Starting it off the right way with his first fish being a 4.14, second fish a 4.2, 3.12, 4.3, and then that last fish to top off his limit, just a 2-pounder, but all happened by 7:54. What a great start. Mercury move of the day, Timothy Doobie.
Big deal with this was he was in the 80s in points coming in, and if you're in the top 70 for our season-ending points race, you are safe. There's no chance that you could ever get relegated and you stay requalified. He was in jeopardy being in the 80s. He is now unofficially up into the 70s, but at minimum, he's done so much work this week, he'll be in a good spot next week to be able to stay there. And with 19 pounds already, he could only fall 9 spots, Davey, but 19 in an hour. He's got a great chance to move up today and stay up.
Tucker Smith starts the day in second place. Owns the biggest limit of the tournament at 26.2 so far.
Tucker, similar to Matt Robertson, fishing, let's say, in a very different part of Lake St. Clair than most of the field. He's only looking for 8 or 10 bites a day. He said he's not catching a lot of numbers, but obviously by what he weighed in yesterday, he's around the right one.
You have a buddy with him? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I would honestly say, Davey, the similarity stopped there between Matt Robertson and Tucker Smith. Just fishing location, personalities may differ.
3 1/4. I get fired up when we catch them 5s.
"50 anglers out there. We started with 101. And these 50 anglers have one day to somehow make it into the top 10. The top 10 will fish for the championship tomorrow. You'll see that right here.
You can see the majority of them, even though we've cut to 50, the majority of them start and spend the first, let's say the first couple hours of their day in not far from takeoff there in Anchor Bay. Like you mentioned, Tommy, it is a big bay. 90 square miles. So when you see that there's about 40 boats in that one area, they're not exactly rub rail to rub rail. There's a lot of space between them, a couple square miles per boat.
God, he smoked it.
Far away, again, to Matt Robertson.
Feels huge. They all feel huge. That sucker is going ballistic, though. Let me tell you, he is going everywhere down there. Y'all can just call me Scrubbing Bubbles. The bubbles clean my mouth, so you don't have to. Come on, dude. I don't even want to see how big you are till you get up here. Come on, baby. We need you. I'm gonna treat you good, give you a little belly pat, a little rub, a little massage. Never had a massage by Mr. Onum.
Showed on the map Matt Robertson out close to the U.S.-Canadian border.
If you like it under the boat, why don't you just come in it real quick?
It's still probably only about 13 or 14 feet deep where he's at.
God almighty, look at that crap he looks like. That's another dandy. You know how I know? He got a big old mouth on him like me. I recognize that, baby. Oh yeah, we working on them. Look at the big mouth. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah.
Finding the sweet spot early on. Matt Robertson from 7th place all the way up into the lead. What a morning he has had.
Yeah, we had a camera with Matt all day yesterday. He had a slow morning. He eventually got up there and had a good weight. That's why he's in the top 10, and we have a camera with him again today, but definitely off to his best start so far in this event. Matt Robertson started in Anchor Bay on day one like a lot of the other anglers and wanted to get away from the crowd, moved out here, caught most of what he weighed in the afternoon on Thursday. Yesterday, about the same, most of what he weighed in, but you can see there he's off to a much, much better start this morning on semifinal Saturday.
Been a struggle throughout this season for Matt Robertson, but boy, he is making those memories melt away right now.
Maybe 3.5.
Yeah, our sport is just like many others. You're only as good as your current event, not even your last event, but you're only as good as how well you're doing today. And Matt Robertson definitely, got it going again like the Matt Robertson we've gotten to know on the Bassmaster Elite Series over the few years that he's been with us.
If you're going to show off, this is a place to do it. This is a splashy, high-profile place, very important in the world of fishing, over to Kyoya Fujita.
Kyoya, one of the best finesse fishermen in the business. I think everyone will agree, one of the best in the world. But he sets the hook like he's using 65-pound braid and a flipping stick. He bears down on this. A nice one here. Yes. And he just boat flips them.
Oh yeah, he won't get in a slap fight with him on the side of the boat. He puts them in.
He really. If you see him have to hand one in, get on the side of the boat, like you say, it's a 5-pounder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
He does swing
still.
in.
Is that what you call it, a slap fight?
That's a good
So
way to
you know
put
it looks like that many times.
It does.
Admit it, Ronnie. It looks like that oftentimes.
Sometimes the anglers aren't doing the slapping either.
Right. That's why it's a fight.
Get in a slap fight with a fish that has no hands. But he has a tail.
Yes. Back to Trey McKinney, currently in 5th place.
Some people would rather see these anglers be able to use nets. They're not allowed to use dip nets, so that's what makes it so interesting when you have these big smallmouth bass on light line. You have that choice to make, whether you're going to swing them in like Joya or get in the slap bite.
Right. That's your
Brandon
Lawrence
Palnick
bird's
finished
eye view.
his limit with a 4.5 pounder. He's up to 3rd place from the 20s. Big move from him. He needs it to get back to the Classic.
Well, this is the Motor City, and the big motors are going to be revving up, and they're not all belonging to anglers on this day. It will be a busy place. We're running out of summer weekends. That's the long and the short of it. We'll be busy out there today, but these guys will find a way to work through it, and it will be good all day long. Matt Robertson taking the lead. He was your 2nd place angler after day number 1 and doing very well here on day 3. Bryson, Koepka, Rahm, Phil, and DJ, some of the biggest names in golf, are teeing it up in the Windy City for Live Golf Chicago. Catch coverage of round 2 today at 1 p.m. Eastern, and final round coverage tomorrow at noon Eastern, all on Fox. Important day number 3 here. Next to the last stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. This is the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We've gone from 100-plus anglers down to 50 on this final duel. Well, hold on.
Skeeter Boats, BFA, a big fish alert. Pat Schlopper, a 5-pounder. He's jumped into our teams from 25th. He needs it to get Classic qualified.
Pat Schlopper, what a great second half of the year it's been for him. Great to have you with us today on our Bassmaster Live coverage here from the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. That is Ronnie Moore. That is the legend, Davey Height there, 2-time Progressive Angler of the Year and Classic Champ. Mike Sukon here as well. And Davey, the northern swing, we love. The smallmouth fishing is so terrific, especially for watching on TV. But this is a different proposition than, say, the St. Lawrence. We're looking for nomads who are migrating constantly, moving with bait. There are no landmarks we're looking for, sweet spots.
Yeah, when all these anglers see Lake St. Clair on the schedule, every single angler looks forward to it, but it is very challenging. You know there's going to be a lot of fish catches. You know you're going to have 3-pound plus average. But what makes Lake St. Clair so unique and so different is there's not a lot of cover or structure to hold these fish. They roam a lot. So you can be catching them really good today, like Tucker Smith did yesterday with 26 pounds, go back today, and no fish in sight.
Absolutely. Ronnie Moore, our leaderboard today has looked unlike a leaderboard I think I've ever seen here on Bassmaster Live with regard to how far the top 10 are spread out and how close the rest of the 50 are into it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anybody from 50, if you made the top 50, you have a chance to make the top 10. That's how close it is from 10th to 50th. But just inside that 50 cut and just outside it yesterday at weigh-in was about as tight as I've ever seen it. 1 pound, 15 ounces total, less than 1 pound from 40th to 58th. So you're thinking 18 places for less than a pound. And that is if you're making the cut to fish today or you're out. And Jay Shakurit came in the week with the AOI lead. He barely missed out on the cut at 10 killer by an ounce. He missed out on the cut this week by 4 ounces. Davey Height, he could lose AOI by 30 to 40 points next event because of 5 inconsequential ounces that have loomed large on the cut line.
And think about that. Those 5 ounces are spread out over 4 days. So you're talking about 1.25 ounces per day, meaning whether he's got a better chance or not to win Angler of the Year.
Because the guys today, somebody like Tim Doobie, who started the day 41st, will make a 20 to 30 point jump, and that would have been available maybe to Shakurit if he got in 50th, but he's going to be watching from home today.
Ironic. So many big fish, but 1 ounce makes so much of a difference. Such, we have 6 times for the elites to be here, and every year it just seems to get better and better.
Yeah, the weight last time we were here was 91.5 pounds. Joey Cifuentes won. We're on pace to top that if these guys can catch them today and get near that 24, 25-pound bag.
All right. Well, man, the stage is set. The table is set. We're going to have a battle today. Yeah. It is going to be, man, all out to get into that top 10, and no telling what we have on our plate as we progress into the morning hours. 8 hours of fishing for all of our anglers, all of our 50 today. So Logan Parks.
Got her. I mean, at the trolling motor, son. Stay out of it, though. She got it pretty good. skinny. Oh. All right, there we go. Got her in the boat at least. Dang, she's skinny, dude. Very skinny, but number 2.
Logan Parks had our second biggest fish of the event, a 513 yesterday, the second biggest bag, 25.2, jumped up from 50th to 4th place.
His buddy Tucker Smith kind of stole the thunder with the 26-pound bag, but Logan Parks had 25 pounds. That's the second biggest stringer of the week.
Another Alabaman right here. Justin Atkins always seems to show up in these smallmouth events up north.
Come on, baby. That's a little more like it. A lot better.
After a few slow years to start his elite career for Justin Atkins,
4-pounder.
below our expectations. The last few years he has hit what we expect, and right now 17th in the points race going into today's competition. So it's good to see somebody who we had high expectations for that maybe shot below that, now hitting exactly his stride.
3 cuts made this year, but no high finishes, not even close to it. Taku Ito.
Small one, no big. A 3-pounder.
Just a second keeper there for Taku. All these anglers looking for the 5 largest keepers they can put in the box.
Get in there and get it.
Thing a little different about the smallmouth bass. Oftentimes, as that sun gets higher in the sky, the bites pick up and it actually gets better. Basically, the average size fish seems to have gotten better in the first 2 days in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's probably another 3-pounder. We'll catch our limit real quick and then go for bigs. 2 3/4.
Not 5-pounders yet, but that's Tucker's 4th keeper.
Kind of got like a 1-2 punch, huh? Just
Yeah. Yeah, so if they're swimming around, then if they're swimming up high, I go with the minnow. If they're swimming down low, I throw the drop shot. Just because if they're down there around the bottom, they seem to eat the drop shot better. A lot of times when you throw like a drop shot at one that's like higher up, it'll come up and eat your weight. And a lot of times that messes them up and they don't end up eating the bait. So I usually just opt for the minnow so they eat the whole thing. But if they're on the bottom,
Fantastic turn for Tucker Smith. Already won the biggest big bass tournament we've had so far this year. That's Lake Fork down in Texas. So he's going to be a man to watch, no doubt about that, all day long. Another look at our leaderboard. This is unofficial. Bass tracking here, and Timothy Doobie of New Hampshire still on top there. Matt Robertson now is back into 2nd place. Brandon Polinick, multiple Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year titles. And there's Trey McKinney, our man who started with the lead today and trying to win this thing from wire to wire. The action on St. Clair, day 3, will continue.
What's up, everybody? Bassmaster Elite Series Pro Cole Sands here. We are here at Lake St. Clair having a pretty good event. And you know, the key for me so far this week has been looking for the fish that are feeding on mayflies and these little nymphs. And one of my favorite ways in the world, I think anybody's favorite way, is to catch them on top water. And the little bit of slack water we get, I'm hoping tomorrow it'll be calm, because if it ever gets calm, the Yozuri Pro Series popper, this is their new popper that just released at ICAST this year. This thing is a weight transfer system, upgraded trebles. Those stick them so good, especially these big smallmouth that like to jump all over the place. And whenever it gets slick and I see these fish start to rise off the bottom in the mornings, it's only 8 or 10, 12 foot on these flats, so they'll come up and smoke it, especially in this clean water. So that's one of the baits I'm using this week, and praying for some calm weather tomorrow so I can catch some more big ones on it.
Bass Pro Shop's top tackle with former college national champion and now having a great Elite Series career and a great tournament here at St. Clair. That is Cole Sands. Thank you, Cole. He's out there trying to remain in that top 10 today. One of our 10, of course, who we're in the boat with all day long. So let's make haste and get out there to him.
Was almost a 2-time champion. They came up short at Chickamauga, which he calls his home lake, but they pulled through on the Harris Chain, which was his teammates' home lake. So
that's what team tournaments are all about.
I'd say that they were on their game.
Yeah. Very consistent in this tournament, 21, 22 pounds each day.
That's a good one. Man, they're being so stubborn. Had to let that bait lay there for 20 seconds. But that's how we started off. It's been slow, but that's what lives in these spots when we get them to bite. That's a nice one. Let's go. Thank you, Lord. I've already thrown it probably the biggest bag I've seen all week, and they've come so close. That one's hooked good. But that one's actually fat too. It's a good one. Thank you, Lord.
Heard Cole say there, had to let that bait lay still for at least 20 seconds. And we've seen our leaders work their bait harder than anyone else that we've been in the boat with. It just shows you have to have an open mind. These fish, certain ones are in a certain mood, and then an hour later you have to do other things. Keep mixing it up. Sometimes let the bait lay motionless, and sometimes give it a lot of action.
Boat. Another decent one. That was so cool, dude. He's barely hooked. There. Oh. Yes. Another good one. Dude, I threw it out there and I made a bad cast. I started reeling it in fast and I shot up from a clump of grass into the boat and I just stopped it. That's like another close to 4-pounder too. Oh my gosh, my heart can't take too much of this. It can take 3 more like that though.
Cole Sands getting some excitement going here today. Everybody's so happy to be here for just another day of fishing on Lake St. Clair. And right now, let's bring in our friend and colleague all these many years and a St. Clair expert, if ever there was one, the great Mark Zona. And Z, just rate these guys on how well they have taken up the challenge on Lake St. Clair this week.
Well, Tommy, this was supposed to be one of those tough tournaments, and if you looked at the weights at the end of day 2, it's looking like Lake St. Clair. We always call Lake St. Clair the Lake Gunnersville of the North because here's the deal. It always sustains the pressure, not only the pressure of the Elite Series anglers, man. The areas that they're catching them have been throttled for the last 3 or 4 months. Speaking of that, I hate to leave this tournament, Tommy, but there's literally only like 3 or 4 hours left of summer here in Detroit. And the Detroit folks, I just drove down Jefferson. They have one of these things today called a raft off, okay? And I just went by literally thousands of giant boats. And these raft offs, basically to describe it, it's a giant parade, thousands and thousands of boats. So here, if you can envision this, like the on-water scene in Caddyshack with Judge Smales, that is what these anglers are going to see in the next 3 hours. And here's what I can tell you. I love all those folks. My stepmom, Nita, my dad's going to be out there. They don't care about bass fishermen. They really don't care about bass fishermen. You're going to get some of the best visuals of the season within the next 4 hours. The raft off.
Great.
So Z, you talked about how this lake just keeps putting them out. You know, the fishing is so good, continues to be so good. You've been fishing this lake since you were 16 years old, fished a lot of tournaments here on Lake St. Clair. I've been fortunate enough to fish a couple with you. You've seen it all, basically. Tell us what you see different in young Trey McKinney here this week. I mean, he's just 20 years old, and he is fishing in groups of the best in the world and has been able to lead since day one.
Yeah, you know, Davey, if you look at what Trey McKinney has done, we actually did we did a show the other day about Kevin Van Dam and what he did on the Bassmasters. And basically what Kevin Van Dam was and always will be, I mean, he's a Tom Brady, he's a Michael Jordan. And in that show, Tommy Sanders asked me, he said, hey, can anybody ever approach what Van Dam did? I guess Trey McKinney would be the one that you look at because what he's doing right now, almost winning Angler of the Year last year when he was 19 years old, second in the Bassmaster Classic, and now in the lead for another Angler of the Year chase with one tournament left. Davey, I can't remember anybody else that had a 15-month run before the age of 21. And I really mean this. Look, last year, there was a lot of ups and downs with Trey. There were some rule violations and stuff like that. But if all of us watching on FS1 right now, what were we doing at 19 and 20 years? We were in a raft off. He's not getting the credit for how good he is. And somebody asked me a question yesterday about Trey and some of the other young anglers that we have in our top 10 today. And basically, they have had to outfish this week on St. Clair some of the best Bassmaster Elite Series fishermen, not within eyesight, but within a cast. And here's what I got to see with my own eyes. Their attention to detail and bait selection, we got to talk about that yesterday, but they're just so, and I'm going to get roasted for this. They are so much better with their electronics than guys that have been out here for 40 years. I'm sorry, it's just a fact.
All right, I gotta stay on point. Speaking of these young anglers and how good they are, you know this one personally. I know you've worked with him with Bass Pro Shops, with Nitro Boats, that sort of thing. Young Tucker Smith, 26 pounds yesterday. Tell us a little bit about him and what you see in his future on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
He's right up there, man. Like Tucker Smith. We knew Tucker down in Alabama back in the high school days, Davey. I know Ronnie, covered him throughout college. I don't know. I hate to say this, in Detroit, we had a big Lions preseason game last night. Tucker Smith, to me, is a Caleb Williams. He's a number 1 draft pick, but he's doing a lot better than Caleb did his first. And here's, let's not walk down that road yet, guys. Let's not walk down that. Tucker Smith, though, and here's what's amazing about Tucker. He grew up in that mid-Alabama region where you get to experience the diversity of the Smith Lakes, Gunnersville, the Coosa River. So he got to see, and look, his training ground was the college series for the Bassmaster events. Like, I hate to say it, like, it seemed like he was in college for like 8 years, because you always saw his name. It was always at the top of the leaderboard. So getting to the Elite Series, the college series right now is the true training ground, and you're seeing the fruits of that labor in guys like Tucker Smith. And I mean, you look for a 30-year run with this angler.
Z, man, great stuff. Thank you so much. What's the name of the raft event again?
It's called, Tommy, it's called the Raft Off, and cameraman Zach wants to get a piece of that hot apple pie, if you know what I mean.
I understand Dave Mercer, not surprisingly, going to get a piece of that as well later on today. The great Mark Zona joining us today.
Muscatine Bay. That's the place you need to go to or avoid today. Muscatine Bay. Be careful.
Wow, it sounds like a soapbox derby is breaking out at the Daytona 500. I can't wait to see some shots out there. But we have so much top level fishing on the way today here on Lake St. Clair. '25 Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. This is all important day number 3. That's the list you have to be on at the end of the day if you want to continue for one more day in the special place. And Trey McKinney trying to win it wire to wire. Tucker Smith hanging in there in second place. And Brandon Polinick, part of the establishment, definitely moving up there in third. This place is so different. Everything is so subtle, making your equipment, your electronics, so much more important this week.
Mapping is definitely one of the most important things to bass fishing. I don't know what I'd do without it. You get out there on the main lake, you get lost. And that's a lot of times. There's not much contours here, but when you put enough waypoints on either your Garmin or your Lowrance, and then you can see a pattern maybe with even an angle of how the creek lays.
Lake St. Clair, being the bowl that it is, you're always going to be dealing with wind, and, this week we're having quite a bit of it. To combat that, using the forward-facing sonar, when these fish are roaming around, I like to go downwind. That way your trolling motor isn't coming out of water.
Side scanning and down imaging is not a thing of the past. It really don't play here this week. But you can put it on 2D while you're running, and you can see grass pods.
Yeah, man, basically you're out there just live scoping in the abyss. It's literally like an ocean, and you just look for just differences in the grass and holes in the grass.
430 square miles, shallow bowl, average depth 11 feet, and everything is subtle out here, as it would be.
Yeah, and a lot of anglers would say basically featureless, but here's the thing. I talked to Tucker Smith last night. He said he caught those 3 5-pounders. He sat down, looked at his mapping, and saw another place that looked similar down on the lower end of Lake St. Clair, went to it and caught 2 more 5-pounders, totally because of his mapping.
He did identify the contour, didn't he? Yes, that takes some work. They got a lot of help nowadays.
Yep.
That's how the sport progresses.
It's all relative. A 1 foot depth change can be very significant on a place like Lake St. Clair.
Justin Atkins, currently 9th place.
Not a bad one. Oh my gosh. Not a big one, but he's all right.
Fish number 4 for Justin. Just a 3-pounder. Hopefully he does not have to take that one into the scales. That's not the size that's gonna make the top 10 for you.
You do want to take a moment to make sure you get a good weight, especially when it's calm, because culling later you'll want to be, I got a couple 3s. Well, here's the ones I need to get rid of in order.
Kyoya Fujita started the day in 3rd place. He's hooked up.
Yep.
Slap fight.
He's not a known slap fighter, though.
No, he's not.
He will put the suplex on him and get him in the boat. There's no doubt.
He just scoops and scores.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, on average, most anglers' fish catch durations this week have been 3 to 4 minutes, and his has been about 1 minute and 21 seconds, you know.
He's different. Back to Trey McKinney.
Love seeing this shot from the drone with this clear water on Lake St. Clair.
Not a bad one.
Almost a 4-pounder.
Let's see. $3.13.
He caught a 5-pounder earlier on day 1. Other than that, he's been pretty consistent. A lot of 3.5 to 4-pounders, and then about noon,
Yeah, that's when it
really
heats up
have
for him.
picked up for him.
I was close.
Get back over to Taku Ito.
Got it. Give me it. Not here. It's pretty good one. Yeah, thank you. Whew. Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice. You notice when Taku made that cast and hooked that fish was very close to the surface. Trey McKinney, the one he just caught, the same. The sun's starting to get up in the sky a little more, and these fish come up off the bottom and really start, a lot of these anglers say, looking for mayflies on the surface as that sun gets up and they can see better. There you see Easton's bait falling to the bottom about 20 feet away. That fish went down, followed it. That's gonna be a hookup every time. There we go. When you see them follow your bait to the bottom aggressively like that, you can almost count on it's gonna be good.
Not a real big one, but nice. You just have to make the perfect cast or they're not biting. They're eating it good. Three and a quarter. Yeah, these fish, they sit there like this, and you gotta look at them, and if you can hit it perfectly like where they're looking on the bottom, you know, my bite ratio is really good, but I'm just using a craw imitating bait, super heavy Nico weight, just Nico rigged, and then they'll fire down to it, and then once they get to it, just give it one hard pop and it'll ignite on it.
So let's take a look back at what just happened there. Easton's doing a good job describing it, but if we can look at his graph again. So you see that's his bait at 30 feet out in front of the boat. You see that fish, the bait dropping right in front of the fish, and you see that fish go straight down to it. Let's take another look. All right, let's look up top there. You see the distance in front of the boat at 30 feet. You see his bait hit the water, and you look down, you see that fish at the bottom. He makes the perfect cast. That fish is actually swimming towards it. It falls right in front of him, hits the bottom, and then he mentioned you just give it one hop and that fish bites. Now what happens here, when these fish aren't actively feeding, if you put that bait right in his face and give it that one hop, their instincts just take over. They basically can't help themselves. It's like when you put ice cream right in my lap when I'm sitting in a recliner. I can't help myself, and that's exactly what had happened. Now, am I going to get up and drive to the store and get ice cream? No. But if you put it in my lap, I can't resist, and that's exactly what's happening with those smallmouth bass.
Oh, how'd that get there?
The perfect cast. And that's a lot easier said than done out on Lake St. Clair with the waves, with the current, all those different things.
Easton Fothergill comes from smallmouth country, but his biggest wins have been in Texas and Oklahoma. But he's also gunning for the Rookie of the Year title, and there's where he stands right now in our Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list. Paul Mark still barely hanging on. He's had a tough time of it here at St. Clair, and Tucker Smith has taken advantage of that and moved very, very close there. And Easton Fothergill, not that far back. That one is far from settled with one more tournament remaining after the St. Clair event at the Upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin. We got more to come. Stick with us. Rapala Fantasy Fishing, one of the 3 fantasy games. With Bassmasters, you can get involved in this for the next tournament, the one we mentioned coming up 2 weeks from now at the Upper Mississippi in La Crosse, Wisconsin. The proposition is you pick 5 anglers to be your representatives in there from 5 different buckets representing the 5 different strata of points production throughout the season. Pick the 5 best, and you might wind up beating the world. You never know. Great fun, and it really puts you more in touch with the tournament because you're going to be checking on these guys constantly throughout the week. We love it, and we think you will too.
Tommy, you always are in the upper echelon of the Rapala Fantasy Fishing world. Are you in the top 10%?
Remind Ronnie and Such about that. Who's number 1?
Yeah, no, you are always number 1 in a different way to all of us.
Please stay hooked up.
Logan Parks.
This one ain't no accidental 2-pounder. Does not feel like it's hooked very good either.
Logan Parks, like Caleb Summerall yesterday, using a bait caster. We haven't seen many of those.
Easy with these little treble hooks not to pull them out. Wear them out. Takes a long time, but there's not a whole lot for them to run into out here, so it's worth playing them out, in my opinion. Come on, Lord. Let me get this one, please. Shaking like a leaf. Come on, man.
I assume he's seen it, and it is a smallmouth bass. It sure is taking a long time.
Stay away from my trolling motor, please.
He did catch the biggest bass of the day yesterday at 513, so he might be around some of that quality.
That's a good one. That's a big smallmouth.
Just got it head first. Dang current's blowing us away from her. Come on, honey.
It's so interesting to see the way these anglers have different techniques, way they fight these fish. I do like to get that fish worn down before you get it close to the boat, but you see a Koya just get them up there hot. The Johnson brothers. Yeah, the Johnson brothers.
Don't mess around.
And based on the technique as well, a jerk bait, trebles versus single hooks.
Let's go, baby.
Works out good for Logan here.
That's some meat.
Can't argue with he put him in the boat.
Yep.
That's the ultimate gauge. He got him. It's a big one.
Finally got us one of the right ones. Had about 7 of them things come up and sniff it. Finally fooled one. Tricked ya.
We'll put Logan back in the top 10.
It's not 5, but it's a good one. Skinny. It just feels lighter than it looks. It's losing weight right now. Keep that in there, please. 4 1/4.
That was my first few trips up north, and I started talking to some of the
We got 2, I'd be okay with weighing.
fisheries biologists in the area. It was amazing to
man.
me. Fish like
That's got me
10
going,
plus years
baby.
old.
Yeah.
That feels good. Just when we want to leave, now we're going to have to stay here.
Tommy, you're talking about Logan Parks in the top 10. He's in the top 10 in everything that matters. This tournament and in our Progressive Angler of the Year race. We're bringing it into the Bassmaster Studios here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen of Knowledge and talking about Logan Parks. Tucker Smith, 2 guys in our Elite Series field who went to the University of Auburn. If you're a college sports fan, then bass fishing is something you should keep on your radar because college over the last 12 years has exploded the sport of bass fishing when it comes to the young anglers. We knew Jordan Lee as one of the first college anglers to make the Elite Series from Auburn University, but he's now old. He is in the 30s. You know, the new regime of younger guys. This year, the college talent, I'd say the last 2 or 3 years, maybe removed from college, this group of anglers has had a great stretch of a season this year. Chase Clark, all 4 of these have fished the University of Auburn at the same time. We were talking about that competitive atmosphere to get better and challenge yourself. College fishing provides that as well as some of these schools and teams. Chase Clark won our first Open this year at Clark's Hill. He is going to the Bassmaster Classic. Meanwhile, Lucas Lindsay, who fished in high school and college with Logan Parks throughout his time, he got second place at the Chesapeake, and he won the points race most recently for Division I of the Opens. Logan doesn't have a trophy compared to these guys, but he is doing the best out of all of those anglers in the Elite Series Angler of the Year race. And Tucker Smith, his former college teammate, winning Lake Fork this year. So many great anglers. I didn't even include some of the Bass Nation successes of guys like Connor Jacobs and then Sam Hangy also. I think every Auburn angler, guys, who made the Opens this year has qualified for the EQs later this fall. So some of these programs have stretches where you get 5 to 10 of the right anglers, Davey, and it's a mini Elite Series when it comes to competition-wise, and that's why they're getting so good every day.
Those 2 on the right there, those 2 plainsmen on the right, also combined for a one-off tournament to get a little change.
Yeah,
Just fund their fishing careers
$1 million.
back in the day. Trey McKinney, though, the man on top here at St. Clair. Well, tonight it's baseball night in America as rising star Pete Crow Armstrong leads the Cubs against the Cardinals. Or Bryce Harper and the Phillies battle the Rangers. Check local listings for the game in your area tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. Big time battle going on here. Day number 3. Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair as the season heads toward the thrilling conclusion in a couple of weeks of the upper Mississippi, but very important day today. We have seen some big-time performances already on this day with 50 anglers out there, Davey Height. There they are.
So even though we've been to Lake St. Clair many times in the past, it's one of the destinations that every serious smallmouth angler, every serious bass angler, certainly wants to visit. I've never seen a year where we've had, the last few times we've been here, Anchor Bay has been a bigger player than in the years past. But the Canadian side, Mark Zona talked about this, he's been fishing Lake St. Clair since he was 15, 16 years old. But the U.S. side, in particular, Anchor Bay, you see right there, that's so unusual. A few fish in the St. Clair River, you see a few catches up in Lake Huron, but the U.S. side, Anchor Bay in particular, really showed out this week. Why? Simply, it has to be bait. Those fish, they have no other reason to be in Anchor Bay other than there's a lot of forage, a lot of food for them there, some grass, some mixed vegetations, food and cover. This time of the year is all those fish need.
Yeah, Mark Zona quite struck by the fact that Canada's sort of been left out of the picture.
Tommy, you've seen it through the years.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bell River hump area and all that, usually half your field is over there. Not a single boat this year.
We used to never be able to send a
It's like yesterday, and actually day one and yesterday, those 4-pounders start just coming to his boat or inside his boat about mid-morning till a little bit after lunchtime. He has been able to really catch those 4 and 5 pound smallmouth. Oh, Mueller's hooked up.
Dude, he swam at me. Oh, look at the one with him. Look at the one with him, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Got the wrong one. There was a heavy 4 with him. I need to make a mark. Edit. Dude, there was that. Did you see that one with him? Freaking big and dude. I had to pull away. There was 3 of them. This one actually might help. Yeah, he'll help. Gosh, dude, he's actually pretty good. The other one made him look freaking tiny. Hate landing them like this. I like going on the other side. That other one with that fish, cool, look, hook pop right out. The other one with that fish made this look tiny, and this is a good solid fish. It's a 4-pounder. The other one had to be a 5-pounder. All right.
Paul Mueller in his 11th year with the Elite Series, and he's always been ahead of the curve as far as utilizing the electronics. Well known for that. Long before we have the supercomputer iterations we have of that stuff now.
And one big thing, he's always on the water. Fishes all the way to ice on in Connecticut, ice fishes in, like, he's always fishing.
Trey McKinney's smallest fish, 212, and this fish is much bigger than that. Gosh, just mentioned, he just caught that 4+ pounder.
Skinny. Heard it'd be a giant. They're not a giant, but a good one. Oh, come here, buddy. Come on. I mean, blind in one eye. I mean, look at a rail. I mean, that is pitiful. Dude, what is that?
Not gonna weigh a whole lot, but sure has got the length.
No, he's on that
Keto diet.
keto diet, that's what it is. I mean, that'd be a big one. But he's just, and he's blind. Wow. That hurts my soul. I'm gonna put this one on a live well, he might croak. Red. I got 2 though. Cause that first one's so small.
Should be a 4.5 pounder, probably only weighs 3.5.
Yeah. Super skinny. Back to Cole Sands. Still on 2 fish as it stands right now.
He ain't much one, but he's a fish. Ain't bad. Actually, a pretty decent one. Not bad, not quite a 4, but a good number 3. Especially as slow as it is, I'll take every one I can.
A nice one for Cole. I want to see it calm down. I want to see some of that top water action you're talking about.
We're missing that. That's the one thing that we'd love to see, and maybe it's coming. Trey McKinney. Trey McKinney's coming, and he's been coming since the start of this thing, and he will not be stopped, it looks like. Paul Mueller moving up to second place. That good catch we saw right there. And Tucker Smith hanging in there in third, but Tucker, remember, only has 4 keepers so far. Bassmaster is an initiative by B.A.S.S. to build a network, a community of females interested in bass fishing and all the facets of it. The way they do it is through a series of workshops, and the next one is coming up at our next event, La Crosse, Wisconsin, Saturday, August 23rd at 9:30 a.m. Go to bassmaster.com/Bassmaster and sign up for it. Oh, it's a big day. Lots of fun on the water at Lake St. Clair. The whole community coming out, as Mark Zona mentioned. We are running out of summer weekends here quickly, and everyone wants a little bit of this beautiful, beautiful weather that we are having here, and some tremendous fishing going on here. So many races in the balance this week and next week, today and tomorrow.
1,000 rafts launch in Muscatine Bay and head out to Anchor Bay. It will be very interesting this afternoon on Lake St. Clair.
Hey, they may launch an anchor, run by these guys to go to Muscatine. Either way, like, you're going to get them coming or going, but they're going to be around.
Oh, slower.
Slower start today for Kyoya Fujita. Afternoons have been best for him, though. Let's go over to Justin Atkins.
Oh my gosh. Get over in here. Yeah, no, he's all right. He'll at least make the team for a little while. God, when I first hit him, dude, I thought it was for real piece of meat.
Great to see Justin in our top 10. You mentioned it earlier, Ronnie. He seems to, and Tommy too, I think. But he shows up when we go on that northern swing every summer.
Real good on the St. Lawrence, that's for sure.
The problem the last few years is he has dug a hole early in the year, not far from home, you know, the south, and he's had to make up points, but the last few years he's been in a strong spot headed here to just excel.
Now he's about 10 pounds behind the leaders, 17th place, but still early on. Haven't gotten to the halfway point even today yet.
Biggin. See how long I followed that one? Oh my goodness, feel his head shakes. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm scared. Whew.
Heard him say, you see how long I followed that fish. I talked to him last night. He said one of those bigger fish yesterday he followed for a quarter of a mile to get that fish to bite.
He said during that catch out, he said, I have educated this one, no doubt. It has seen my bait, it has seen a bait.
Had a 5+ pounder on day one and yesterday. Acting like this might be another one of those 5 pounders.
I don't know how big it is. 4 or 5 probably. Ho, 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 ho. Oh yeah. There we go. Yep. Little play. I thought it was gonna be a lot bigger, to be honest. Come on. Let's go back here and weigh it. I thought it was gonna be a 5, to be honest. Okay, purple, 4 pounder.
Trey McKinney pushes on. He is the story of this tournament, and now he's the leader in Progressive Angler of the Year points.
AOI is determined by all the anglers on the elites. After you fish tournament after tournament, you win, you get 100. Down the line, if you place second, you get 99, place third, 96, 97. It just goes on down the line as far as you go. So whoever has the most accumulated points throughout the 9 events is crowned the champion of AOI. So it's a hard title. To me, it's probably one of the greatest titles. You know, it shows consistency over the year, over the 9 tournaments on how consistent of an angler you are. So it's definitely a very, very important thing to me, and I've been trying to get it. Last year, kind of messed up a little bit, but this year, hopefully we got another shot, and hopefully it doesn't end like that. But we'll be good. Hopefully we just got to catch 5 more the rest of the season.
Well, Trey McKinney bolted out of the gate here, no doubt about that. At St. Clair, and after day number 1's big effort, he was in the lead. He took over that lead. You don't think he's not thinking about it. He just mentioned it there. Made a few little missteps last year, kept him from getting that title then. He already owns a Rookie of the Year for his rookie season, and yeah, he's got his eyes set on this one. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah, winning that Elite Series trophy in his first year, I wondered if he really understood what a big deal it was, but talking to him this week, he understands what Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year means for your career, and he's feeling it more. We talked about being nervous. He just said just then he was nervous when he had that pitch hooked.
To look at his season now, the big misstep this year, and it's unmistakable, and the whole landscape would be different if he just made the cut at the St. Johns River. He knows that, but he had since then sensational. 4 top 10s.
Yeah.
That's just unheard of.
And him having top points this week, he has an advantage over Chris Johnston, who's second right now, who started the day 24th. So Chris can make hay if he gets into the top 10 and close that gap. Jay Security, he's basically the only one in that top 10 other than Paul Marks on the outside of the top 50 this week. So everyone else has a chance to gain and do better today, but Trey is doing as good as he can possibly do, and that's all you can ask for.
Ronnie, as it stands, Chris Johnson has lost points. He's fallen about 15 spots. Trey McKinney has doubled his lead so far.
Here's what I can guarantee you. Chris Johnson, Jay Security are not going away. Trey's going to have to continue to catch him, but he's done it this week.
McKinney on top, no doubt about that. And Paul Mueller coming up there to second place. Much more to come from Lake St. Clair. We still got a few weeks left before football fantasy starts to take over your life and call the shots for you. Why not try something different in the interim? Why not next week go for the T.H. Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge? That's the 3rd and the newest of the Bassmaster Fantasy Games. It's very, very simple. There are 7 matchups, and you just pick the angler in that matchup that you think is going to win. You pick all the winners, and you have beaten the world on that particular week, all based on a theme, Angler of the Year points leaders, etc. Former
winners.
Champions here.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly right. It's a lot of fun, very, very easy, and put you in the game.
A couple of our top guys coming into today, Tucker Smith and Trey McKinney, were both featured in Pick'ems this week. Trey versus Patrick Walters. Patrick's not doing bad, but Trey's just doing the best. Tucker versus Paul Marks, and Paul missed the cut. So if you pick Paul like I did, you know that you can't go perfect this week, which it's very difficult to do.
It's harder than it looks. It
is
may
absolutely
seem easy, but
the guy
it's way
who creates the matchups, he's like doing terrible, Mr. Kyle Jesse. He's doing terrible. I just had to throw that in there.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Kohei Fujita. He's looking for his first really good big one of the day. That may be it.
Yes. 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 4.5. Oh. Yes. 4.5. Good.
His 3rd 4-pounder.
So I have a lot of respect for Kohei. I know how much success he's had in Japan, and to come over to another country not being able to speak the language, although he's come a long way, he certainly communicates well now in English. But I really like the way he fights these fish. I'd like to see that again from the aerial view. He sets a hook like 65-pound braid and bears down on them. And you just wouldn't think the Japanese culture's finesse, very, very gentle, but he bears down on these smallmouth more than anyone we've seen all week. He wastes no time getting them up beside the boat. And if he doesn't boat flip it, you know it's a 4+ pounder every single time. Meanwhile, we have another angler. Listen to Grandpa's tell me about the good old days. It takes 13 minutes to land a bass. Kioya does not play around with these smallmouth bass. He gets them in the boat as quickly as he can. That is so fun to watch. Here we go. Look at that hook set. I mean, he's bearing down on them. That tells you a couple things, too. He's not using super light line. You cannot bear down on those fish. Those 4-pound smallmouth. I mean, he's using, I'm going to say 12, 14-pound test leader, where most of these anglers are using 6 and 8. Back in the day, sight fishing for bedding bass, people thought, man, you got to use 6-pound test line. Most anglers use 15 to 20 now. So maybe Kioya is going to teach a lot of these anglers, hey, you don't have to be so gentle and you don't have to use 6-pound test. And you don't have to take 3 minutes to land it. I do it in 5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, and you now have the instant feedback. With our live sonar, you now know if the fish is probably line or bait skittish. Back in the day when you'd think this is a highly pressured place and you're casting around there, you're trying to downsize to make sure and guessing that line isn't the reason they're not biting. But now you see the feedback, oh, they're reacting totally fine. I can up my line. Actually, these fish are totally A-okay with it. They're not scared off by it.
And one thing for sure, you cannot argue with his success.
Oh, no kidding. He's won an event in each of his first 2 years, and I'm not putting it past him to win one here in 2025.
I mean, I just love that hook set. I mean, he rails down on them.
Someone at takeoff every day says, hey, you never know when it's going to be your last hook set. So he just treats everyone like it could be his last hook set.
Maybe so.
I hate to think of it that way.
Yeah. And just like how aggressive he's fighting those fish, look how aggressive he is with his trolling motor looking for the next one. He's not wasting time.
Burning it, yeah, no doubt. Meanwhile, Tucker Smith still looking for his 5th keeper of the day. He's not catching a whole bunch of fish out here.
Number 5.
Got him.
Not a 5-pounder, but all 5 are nice ones.
Your mom happy birthday?
That was for my mom. It's her birthday. Happy birthday, Mom.
That's a little gift right there to Easton Fothergill.
Okay.
it. Another nice one from Eastern. He's been fishing in Anchor Bay around a lot of other boats. By this point in the tournament, we're mid-morning. They've already been fishing, 3.5 hours, a lot of them. You have to start thinking about pressure. Even though Anchor Bay is a big area, the amount of pressure and people like Easton that have basically caught all the fish they brought to the scales in that area along with a lot of the other boats. Will it start being a factor? You got Tucker Smith that's basically out on in the lake by himself. Matt Robertson, Trey McKinney, the outskirts of Anchor Bay, but not in the crowd. By this point in tournament, that should really start playing in their favor.
That's a better one.
Easton's got a limit now. That one.
He's definitely got it.
Is the smallest.
Dialed in the fish that he's thrown at today. A lot of them he's been able to get to bite. He's certainly got it figured out, the bait they want in the presentation.
Drone, good luck. Right there.
Small fish, 2.8. He needs to go that one for sure.
Maybe a little bit.
I think he has 2 2.8s. His first fish of the day and his number 5 that he just caught. So he's got a couple workers that need to be done.
Nice, but not big enough. I'm gonna leave here in like 5 minutes. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. £3.
Easton Fothergill just smashed in his before season leading up to this elite debut year, the EQs last year. But he started with 2 last place nearly finishes on this 25 season, and he's been working to amend that all year long.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how much of a big deal confidence is in this sport. Obviously, coming into this year, I was completely starstruck. I was fishing against all my idols, and I just completely caught up with me in those first 2 Florida events. But I was able to turn that around at the Classic, and then that was just ultimately the biggest confidence boost you could ask for. And we're seeing that the rest of the season. It's been a great season. I'm super happy I made the comeback that I did from those first 2, basically last place finishes. But yeah, I couldn't be happier with my rookie year on the Elite Series, and yeah, living the dream.
The excellence of Easton Fothergill.
Well, he is not brash. He doesn't talk trash, but he is a motivated young man, and he wants to win, and he shows he can do it.
Wins the Classic, then gets 4th, 7th, 8th, 14th for his next 4 elites, has a slip at 72nd, and then he came into today in 5th. So, holy cow.
Amazing what a Classic victory will do for your confidence.
Yes, it seems to happen every time. A man worth watching, and we'll be on him all day long. Much more to come from Lake St. Clair. Bryson, Koepka, Rahm, Phil, DJ, some of the biggest names in golf are teeing it up in the Windy City for Live Golf Chicago. Catch coverage of round 2 today at 1 p.m. Eastern, and final round coverage tomorrow at noon Eastern, all on Fox. Continuing on with our live coverage of day number 3, this 4-day tournament, 8th of 9 stops in the Bassmaster Elite Series for this year. Easton Fothergill making his run at the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. But the man of the hour, as it has been for most of the hours of this tournament, no doubt about it, is that man right there, Trey McKinney.
I mentioned Trey spending a lot of his times on the outskirts of Anchor Bay, certainly on the outskirts of where most of the fishermen have been spending their time. Here he is hooked up. Smallest fish, a 3-pounder. He definitely needs to get rid of that one.
Getting 24-11 on day one, 23-10 yesterday. Super consistent.
A couple new anglers in our top 10. Pat Schlopper with 19 pounds today. He's got our Phoenix Boats Big Bass 5-pounder. He's in 7th place right now. Kyle Norsetter. He's almost to 19 pounds. He's in 10th. Both of them needed for their hopes to make the Bassmaster Classic.
It's got to be 4, I would think. That'll be a pound coal if it is. The super, super small circle hook.
Pound cull would put him over 20 pounds for the day, be the first angler to 20. If, in fact, it comes to Pat.
That's a 4-pounder maybe. Like you said, it is so healthy. He had it choked, like. So healthy. That's the healthiest one we've ever caught here, I think.
Well, wait on that. Put him at 68.14. Yeah, he's over 20 pounds on the day. Trey McKinney, as is often the case, making it hard on these guys out here. Something we've got very much used to as he forges on through day number 3.
Tommy, it seems like we're going to have another McKinney at the top of the leaderboard when it comes to going into a final day. Actually, last year at the Open, Trevor McKinney, Trey's cousin, the one who's won the college classic bracket in the past, was leading going in the final day of the Open last year at St. Clair. Welcome into the Bass Pro Shop's top tackle section, the bait and tackle shop. And I'm here with Davey Hyden. We got a couple different baits, Davey. We know the jig head minnow, but the viewers at home may not understand why it's so essential and the little bit of variables, not only minnow size, but also jig head weight that anglers are using this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this has kind of been the bait that we've seen all anglers throw at least a little bit. Trey McKinney catching a lot of his fish on this. It's a 3/16 ball head. This is a VMC swim bait ball head. The weight of the head is very, very important. The depth that you're fishing, the wind, the speed that the wind's blowing, all those things really dictate that. Where these fish are in the water column, a big, big deal. The rate of fall, this size of this head is very important. The other thing you notice, unlike a lot of the other swim baits that have a curl tail or a button tail, this really does nothing other than what the angler makes the action of this minnow do. You see Trey McKinney, Koya Fujita, really, really working this bait hard, giving it a lot of action. It's been a big, big key for them this week. We've watched a lot of the other anglers using these baits, but not giving it the action that they have.
Yeah, and then one thing that we know, we've seen tubes work here in the past, Ned rigs for some anglers yesterday as well, but the drop shot, there's normally a weight, a line comes down to the hook and a weight drops to the bottom, but for drop shots, some anglers have talked about that weight dropping down as a reaction to those fish may be more intrigued by the weight and less by the bait. So you've seen anglers thread the bait on there so the hook is farther back in, they can get more bite when they do set the hook, but the drop shot, a little bit of a thing of the past because of the efficiency of the minnow. But now we're seeing some new, I guess, categories of baits come in with the fuzzy and the dice type lures.
Yeah, fuzzy, I guess, is one way to put it, no doubt. So these are dice baits with a lot of these appendages there. They have become very, very popular recently within the last year. You see almost all of the anglers throwing them now. Almost every soft plastic company are making some version of this. They're very effective, very subtle. There again, the action they have is really just determined by what the angler does. And the other thing, the jerk baits like you've got there, that Maverick, the deep dive and the shallow dive, unlike what we normally see, you got a shallow diver and a deep diver in these two baits. In the mornings, the anglers are using this deeper dive because these smallmouth are deeper in the water column, close to the bottom in the mornings, and then the afternoon they use a shallower one, which is just the opposite of what we normally see on the Elite Series.
Every single fish has been different. Some nose down and you want to drop it in their face towards the bottom, and some are eating jerk baits and spy baits, things like that, and they're looking upwards. So it's not a rhyme or reason for everything. Some of these fish, even on the same spot, are just reacting different. So you got to kind of have more of an arsenal than we've ever seen before, especially in Anchor Bay. Normally it's a one-trick pony in Anchor Bay. We got 4 ponies in the horse house now.
Thank you, guys. Good stuff. Back to guess who? Trey McKinney.
Little bitty guy. They're like smoking this. Like if we find some big ones, they're screwed. Like screwed. What? I just don't want to throw on my face. Dude, come here. Stop it. Stop it. Hey, knock that crap off. And we're off.
Got rid of that 3-pounder on the last fish. 312 is what he's working on getting rid of now. Out to Kyoya Fujita, who had fallen down a little bit from his third place spot during the course of the morning, almost out of the top 10, but he has righted the ship. He's back in second place as it stands now, ahead of Tucker Smith.
And Kyoya, where he's pointing at now, you can see the shoreline in the background off in the distance. His back is to the main lake, but you're seeing a lot of boat wakes come into play and wind. This has been absolutely by far, and Davey Height can attest to this, probably Mark Zona as well, the best wind conditions that we've had for a 4-day stretch of an Elite. Let me rewind it the last few days. It has not gotten above 12 miles an hour, and it's came from a sustained direction. You can see the arrows on your screen coming from the southeast. That was throughout yesterday, and we saw with this big point right here, let me draw a circle around, these big points that protect Anchor Bay from that southeast wind that blew yesterday made it a lot calmer. But today we're seeing a lot more of a south wind direction that is getting into this Anchor Bay. And so when you're seeing all the anglers, this is the shoreline that you were looking at in the background of Kyoya Fujita's shot, and he is fishing this way with the wind to his back. Some of the waves that you're seeing off to the left and right are boat waves as these pleasure boaters get out there as well. But sustained south and southeast winds this week, under 12 miles an hour, absolutely perfect for a Great Lakes type of fishing tournament, unless you're headed to Lake Erie, which is a much bigger fishery and is much more affected, like Chad Pipkins found out day one.
Yeah, you nailed it, though. To have the consistent, 10, 12 mile an hour wind out of one direction for an entire event like this is very, very
And we're going to get the same thing tomorrow. That red is just this, it's pounding right in there, but I wouldn't say the word pounding necessarily, because 8 to 10 is manageable on a fishery like this. When you get those orange in there, orange is perfect. Orange is negligible. You're expecting waves. And in Anchor Bay, which is the most protected, it really hasn't been too bad, even with the south wind direction.
Quite the contrast to our last event.
And you can check all that out, weather forecasts, wind, water clarity on the Deep Dive app. That's the app I was using there, the Deep Dive.
Take a look here at Easton's graph. You see a fish there at about 25 feet. He's got it hooked up.
That was cool.
These anglers that we have cameras with today make it look easy. I promise you it's not.
Those casts, like that first one we looked at there, those are kind of...
Takes skill.
Yeah.
A lot of practice.
Definitely emphasis on the short part. Not very big. Not even that fat. I think we still have a 2 in there though. Broken tail.
Father Gill, one right there. Well, wind, liking it or not, is in the eye of the beholder. We always hear some anglers who are totally against it. Others are just begging for it. Tucker Smith might just be one of those guys.
Yeah, I like the wind. I think it makes them bite. And I put my boat all the way out there in the middle of the lake, and yesterday it was really rough and almost got seasick. The waves were really bad, but ended up going out there and I ended up drifting with the wind a little bit. That's a good way that I found to still be efficient, is to get upwind and actually drift down the contour lines and then actually catch them that way. And when the wind slacked off, I actually turned it into the wind. And it seems like once you turn into the wind, you kind of get a better presentation of your bait, a more natural presentation of your bait, kind of moving with the wind.
Tonight, it's baseball night in America as rising star Pete Crow Armstrong leads the Cubs against the Cardinals. Or Bryce Harper and the Phillies battle the Rangers. Check local listings for the game in your area tonight at 7 Eastern on Fox. The joys of summer. Baseball, a day on the lake. Beautiful day on St. Clair. And the business at hand for us, yes, we continue with our live coverage of Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite. 3 of 4 days of fishing here. Third day, very important. Got to make it into the top 10. Today, it's all about that. Taku Ito still looking for his 5th fish to make a limit.
Brendan Polnick is top 20 pounds, joining McKinney from 22nd to 5th place.
It's gonna be a good one.
The 6th year elite, got his first win smallmouth waters at St. Lawrence 2021.
And our first introduction to him.
Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. Yes. Yes. It's gonna be good.
Saw which one was more important.
Yes, got it.
The fish.
Yes. Number 5.
You got to remember not to put your hat in a live well and put your fish
exactly.
in.
You don't want to. Yes,
definitely.
Yes.
Big fish.
I'll take a picture of the fish and throw your phone back.
Yeah.
Get a look here. We always love watching Taku. He lost his hat in the water there. Like I said, you can tell which was most important to him. He gets the fish in the boat and then he retrieves the hat. But like you say, at least he didn't put his hat in the live well.
We have seen anglers unhook fish and throw their pliers right in the water, and they're like, I didn't mean to do that.
Now, let's go. Get cold. Let's go. Ah, wetty, wetty.
A true professional has a spare hat.
He's even got a hat box to keep him perfect.
mean, yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, my
like
God.
a Rolodex.
DHL Skida.
Oh, yeah.
Now that
you
is
okay?
impressive. Tommy.
That is.
You said 2021 Smallmouth Disneyland winning on the
Yeah,
St. Lawrence.
yeah.
We got his introduction to Bassmaster Live here at St. Clair, where he had a string of top 10s, 3 in a row, I believe, from the Northern Swing. And Taku, in that event, caught his first bass that had an eel or like the leech, that hangs off of it. And he said, alien. It was not an alien, but he was going to make sure and be sure.
Haven't checked in with Matt Robertson for a while. Way out there, middle of the lake.
Coming right at me. God, it's gonna be a big one. I did not get a good hook in him. I mean, he looked huge. Chill out, dude. Don't jump. Don't jump. Did not get, he was running at me. Stay down. Oh, I thought he'd just come on. God, I did not even feel him. My line went slack. You can't hardly feel him. Come on, man. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come here. Play nice. Play nice. Play nice. Not as big as I thought. But he will call. Thought he was big. That's okay though. We'll take him. He ain't much bigger than that other one, is he? Where you at, number 3? Are you serious?
Thought it was a bigger one, but just a little slight upgrade for Matt Robertson.
Few ounces are going to count here today and every day, but especially here it seems. As we get back to our leader, Trey McKinney.
Gives you just a little idea of how big this lake is. It's a beautiful Saturday in August, and there are a lot of boats out there, but there's a lot of room for a lot of boats. They spread out well.
Also out there a ways, Tucker Smith. Sitting in 3rd for now.
That fish was basically under his boat.
Smith has used this tournament to put himself in a tight second place for the Rookie of the Year championship. Always very important.
With his roommate.
With his roommate.
Trying to get him on this side for you. Not too big, but I'll take him.
One thing that I noticed years ago on Lake St. Clair, you get a bright sunny day like this, sometimes those bigger smallmouth will just get under the shade of the boat, follow the boat along when you're out there drifting. Things are going your way when they start just swimming under your boat.
Good feeling to have Trey McKinney on top. About 5 pounds more than that, closer to 6 pound advantage over Tucker Smith. But Ray Fujita in between the two right there. Logan Parks, another Alabaman, and Matt Robertson out there way offshore like Tucker Smith, doing his work, hanging in there in the top 10. That's what today is all about, and we have got more on the way when we return to the state of Michigan. Day number 3, very important day. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, next to last stop of the year at this Yokohama Tire. Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We are coming up very close to the halfway point in this fishing day. Our live coverage, sponsored by Skeeter. It's great to have you with us on this day. We have watched it unfold. St. Clair has been magnificent as usual. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, and here with Davey and Ronnie. And guys, the leaderboard was so strange this morning. Our top 10 were 5 pounds separating them. Now it's expanded to more like 8 pounds, but still below there. There's so many guys moving in and out, but just barely in and out. No one's really broken through in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that and you see it so tight, but then at the top you see Trey McKinney look like he's pulling away a little bit. But we thought that yesterday, and then we didn't realize what was going on in Tucker Smith's boat. So there's a lot of fish that are being caught that maybe we don't keep track with, each and every person. But I think we'll see things tighten back up as the day progresses, just like they did yesterday.
Trey McKinney, a little bit different, a little bit maybe more edgy than he has been fast, because you know that's playing in his mind, Angler of the Year. But he's done all he can do here, right?
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he needs to do. Win this tournament and put pressure on everyone else. You may think, I want to be the chaser going to the final event, but it's nice to be the leader knowing, hey, if I finish 10th, I win Angler of the Year. Or if I finish 5th, I win Angler of the Year. Knowing your destiny, he is doing that today. We will keep an eye out for the afternoon bite window. The full moon last night, and they said a major feeding window according to the lunar charts and stuff, 12:45 to 2:45 local time. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that.
Well, glad you're with us. If you're just joining us, St. Clair, as always, magnificent. Let's show you the proof of it right here with our Yamaha Midday Report. Starting with Matt Robertson.
You've got to start Matt Robertson because he got it started for us this morning, catching them early and often, and the better size of anyone first thing this morning. Matt Robertson currently unofficially in 5th place with 62 pounds, 3 ounces. His better bite, like you mentioned, Ronnie, has been in the afternoon, probably had something to do with this full moon coming. So we expect things to be good for Matt Robertson again in the afternoon, but certainly his best start this week was this morning.
And when you're just thinking about those lunar charts, they had a minor feeding window in that first hour, and it explains why sometimes for some of these slower anglers to get bites, they were off to a fast start this morning.
The big key here with Matt and all these other anglers, you get bites early in the morning. We saw a couple anglers, KJ Queen has been able to do that. Those 2.5 pounders put you atop that leaderboard early in the morning, but you've got to be catching 3.5 and 4 pounders. All of the anglers realize this, and luckily for Matt Robertson, he was able to do that this morning. Got off to a great start. He needs to get rid of these. He's got a couple 3-pounders, little over 3 pounds he needs to get rid of, but he's got lots of time to do that.
Alabama's Logan Parks having his best tournament of the year so far. One of several Alabama anglers near the top this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Logan Parks came to the scales yesterday with 25 pounds and change, which is very difficult to do here on Lake St. Clair in August. You know, Tucker Smith, his buddy, had 26, that overshadowed that just a little bit. But let's all be aware of Logan Parks putting 25 pounds in the boat. If he can do that again today, possibly tomorrow, you know, he will hold that blue trophy over his head. Kind of flying under the radar, but when you bring 25 pounds to the scales unofficially in 4th place right now, you better keep an eye on Logan Parks.
Yeah, and when you bring 26.2 to the scale, something that hasn't happened in the last 4 or 5 years that we've been here, Tucker Smith made a big statement yesterday, and we were talking about late July to late August. 22 pounds is the solid weight that you're expected to see. We get higher weights, 25 in July and September. So to see these two guys back to back basically weighing in yesterday, massive bags to catch up.
We get to see how far Tucker Smith can ride that 26-pound day yesterday. And he's out there where they're not catching a whole lot. He claims, I'm not catching a lot of them. He has to be careful with each fish.
Yeah, this is Tucker Smith's first year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's in the running for Rookie of the Year. I've been fortunate enough to know Tucker for a few years. No surprise to see him having the success he has had in his rookie year. He's a great young fisherman that's going to be around for a long time. We will be talking about him for years to come.
Joya Fujita has shined in the Northern Swing before here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Matter of fact, he did it year before last, winning over at Lake Champlain, and he seems very at home here.
Yeah, very at home here. Similar to Tucker Smith, heard a lot about Joya before he came to the Bassmaster Elite Series, qualified in his first year on the Opens. The prince of bass fishing coming from Japan,
yes, from Japan.
And he has not disappointed. I can't get over just watching his hook sets. The way he sets the hook on these fish and does not play around, gets them up beside the boat. Probably a little more aggressive than the Johnson brothers, and that's saying something.
Yes, he is all business every day.
His smallmouth win, he was catching smallmouth that were about 10 feet of water, Tommy, but they were just hovering over 90 feet. We've got an average depth of 11, so he is well at home here. They can't escape him this week.
And Trey McKinney, what can you say? This man just makes his presence known way more often than not, just about anywhere we go with the Bassmaster Elite Series. What almost 2 years he is set to complete here in just a couple of weeks.
And he's been in the conversation for Angler of the Year. Other than his slow start this year at the St. Johns River, he has been in contention for Rookie of the Year last year, along with Angler of the Year this year. Angler of the Year came in this event in 3rd place. And what do you do when you're in 3rd place? You just go try to win the event and let the chips fall where they may and see what happens. He's done a good job. I will say this, watching him in his young career, this is sophomore season on the Elites, it's like he's been a little numb to what he's been accomplishing and what it has taken people 30 years to try to do. But he does feel the weight of Progressive Angler of the Year. This means a lot to him.
Here, we got 9 Elites last year for him, 8 Elites this year so far, 17 total pro events. He's got 1 finish worse than 80th that wasn't a rule infraction. That's crazy.
Hardest thing to believe about that is he only has 1 win.
Yeah, and he's got, I misspoke right there. His 2 worst finishes, the 80th this year and the 90th last year, are the only 2 missed cuts he's ever had.
Only 2 missed cuts.
42nd is his worst finish other than that.
He's looking to go wire to wire in this one, knock out another win, but that has not been decided yet. A lot can happen, especially on this place.
Feels like a pretty large one, boys. Golly, he's not even head checking. He's just like, yeah, I'm the boss. Over 4, probably. Can't tell though, because it makes those little runs that's usually small. And the head shanks aren't even that giant. I'll take it. I see my bait, so I feel like he's not hooked the greatest. Oh yeah.
Trey's been so consistent catching those upper 4-pound smallmouth, only 1 5-pounder each day, but those other 4 have all been 4.5 or more, and that's very difficult to do. Do that 2 days in a row, and he's well on his way to do it here on day 3.
Oh, he's barely hooked. Oh yeah. Come on. Come on.
Smallest fish.
Well, he's
312.
That little circle just gets him.
Fish is close to a pound more than that, if not a pound more than that.
Anytime someone kind of makes a move on him, he just responds with another one of those. It seems like he's got an unlimited supply of them. He knows how to put them all in the boat. Trey McKinney putting on a show. He is the show here at the St. Clair. But we got more on the way. 2025 Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Getting real close to the halfway point of this all-important day number 3 here. It's a season rushes toward its final reckoning, you might say, here in a couple of weeks on the upper Mississippi River. And Trey McKinney having taken over the lead on day number 1 in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race. Continues to forge on. Boy, he is on a mission to win this thing wire to wire, and so far, mission accomplished. He's got a good, that's 4 pounds is a good lead out here.
Yeah, it absolutely is, but I think we'll see things tighten up for sure, but 4-pound lead is not what you see very often on Lake St. Clair. We need to see Koya, Tucker, Logan, Matt Robertson, any of those in the top 10, catch a 5-pounder or 2, and that'll surely make a big difference, just like Tucker Smith did yesterday.
Let's look outside of our top 10 as it stands right now. Paul Mueller started inside, and he's just barely out. Right now as it stands, Pat Schlopper having a great season. He's moved in at some points of the day into our top 10. Justin Atkins.
Well, and you look at those weights, 60 pounds right now. It almost took 20 pounds a day to make the cut for 50th. So 50th has a shot to make it if we're a few hours into the day and it's just 20 pounds a day. I'm expecting it's going to have to be 64, 65 pounds to make that cut.
Top 10.
Yeah,
Chris Johnson caught his limit and just called. He's climbed 3 spots today, making that AOI race a little bit tighter.
And Chris Johnson, certainly have our eyes on him throughout this. If he could possibly make the top 10, do himself a whole lot of good and be in a lot better shape, for sure, with repeating as Angler of the Year. Neil Wagner, Chris Zaldane, John Cruz, the veteran, spent a lot of time in the top 10 during the first day of competition, but the Yeti hot seat, the critical position here, is 10th place. And who's right below it? Well, it's Paul Mueller, the veteran of 11 years with the Bassmaster Elite Series, the everyday guide up in Connecticut. Up there. Spends a lot of time on the water. Pat Schlopper of Wisconsin, where we are headed next. He's right behind him, and Justin Atkins. And great to have the estimable talents of our longtime associate, colleague here, Mark Zona, who is a true St. Clair specialist here. This is like his second home. And he sat down and talked to us about why this place is so incredible, why it is always so consistent.
Well, guys, one of the biggest questions that we get all the time is what makes Lake St. Clair always stand up to all the pressure that it gets. I mean, the Elite Series guys lean on them every time they come. But as you know, this lake gets throttled basically from April all the way until ice in November. If you look at your mapping, if you look at Lake Master mapping, in my opinion, the entire lake really is a nursery. It's perfect habitat for reproduction. It's very flat. It's very shallow. Like the majority of this lake is 8 foot out to 16 feet of water. Really, the only diversity it has is the shipping channel where all the freighters go through that divides U.S. and Canada. But in a nutshell, what makes Lake St. Clair sustain? Flat reproductive areas, no doubt. And those areas are the places that they breed and eat.
Thank you, Z. Any day of the year, you can ask Mark Zona what is going on right now at Lake St. Clair, and he can give you a detailed description of where it's happening, why it's happening, who's making it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Logan Parks making it happen right now.
Doing a great job hanging in his spot, 4th place all day long.
Not very big. He's skinny too. Not even fighting. Uh-oh. Got my minnow.
We have seen some fish catches today. Matt Robertson got it going, and boy, when Trey McKinney got it going, we have seen him catch 4-pounder after 4-pounder.
Yes.
If he's already at 70 pounds, Tommy, and we're just getting to the halfway 4-hour mark of the fishing day, 75 is attainable. He can get 24 to 25 pounds again today with the way his start was. And if that's the case, we're still on track for 100 possibly.
Unbelievable. I'd have never thought we'd be saying the century word here, but we might. Trey McKinney, what a show he has put on. It is awesome. He seems to have, like we say, an unlimited supply of those big 4-pound plus. He will be hard to take down, but he's got some noble, some worthy pursuers. Toya Fujita, Tucker Smith, maybe Matt Robertson or Logan Parks could jump up there. Maybe scare that lead just a little bit. And it's going to be fun to watch. The coverage continues on Bassmaster.com. Later today, 3:10 Eastern Time. The weigh-in will take place, same place, Bassmaster.com. And we will see you right here tomorrow. We'll start at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Championship Sunday at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Yokohama Tire Elite.
Semifinal Saturday here on Lake St. Clair. Spectacular Saturday it is for many reasons. Beautiful weather, beautiful scenery, and Mark Zona, I know you're excited because Chiefs' first preseason game.
Listen, man. I did a little hit with Tommy and Davey, gave the Lions a little bit of love. Big victory last night. So yeah, listen, football's back. Bass fishing's happening right now. Like, it's the perfect time of year. Fantasy drafts starting in the next few weeks. Let's go. Let's go.
Where are we going? We're going out on Lake St. Clair. That is our playing field here this week. Brandenburg Park is going to be the scene of our weigh-in this afternoon. We'll whittle our field down to 10 anglers to fish on Championship Sunday. As always, joined by Kyle Jesse, Mark Zona in the mix, and we like it. We like you.
Dude, I've loved actually, you and I've goofed around, all week together, and Kyle, it has been awesome to be back. This is like, it's my most fun event of the entire season. Oh, wait. Exactly. Wow. That's been awesome. And hey, listen, the great thing about this tournament right now, actually being dead serious, is seeing the beat down that Trey McKinney has administered for the entire week. But we are finally, I did a TNZ podcast with Tommy, and we were talking about Anchor Bay, talked a little bit about the St. Clair River, but I also made the comment to Tommy, if there is an X factor in this tournament, we talked about it on day one, it is that shipping channel. Getting off of that shipping channel, the problem with that, generally, you're playing with fire on numbers, but the quality has, and really throughout this year, there's some people watching Bassmaster Live that have won a lot of tournaments out at that shipping channel the last 3 weeks. It's good that we're starting to see a little bit of space, at least not, I don't think all of our anglers on Championship Sunday will be fishing in Anchor Bay. So.
It looked like, yesterday, late in the day, we were watching Trey McKinney, and to Zona's point that he made early on day one, somebody is just going to outperform everybody in that area. And that seemed like what we were watching from Trey McKinney so far today. But then Tucker Smith comes in with the biggest bag of the event, and you're like, they're out there, and there's a big potential to make a move. We saw that with Tucker Smith, Logan Parks. It's a long ways from over.
Yeah.
Is it time? Is it time for us to officially, if you go on the internet, there's a lot of things said about Trey McKinney. But he is what he's doing.
Positive and negative.
Yeah,
positive and negative.
Yeah, positive and negative out. I mean, I'm all about it. But what he is doing, there's a lot of people thinking he's fishing special spots. He is doing this in front of people and playing out fishing them.
Hey, man.
This kid's good.
I said it this morning. We did a cast with Van Dam earlier this week, and Sanders asked me a question about that dude right there, and he said, "Is there anybody that could be the next Van Dam?" And I said, "Well, no, but if you look at a Jacob Wheeler, here's the problem, man. I can't compare that because he doesn't fish the Bassmasters, all right." But at least in the Bassmasters, if you look at somebody right now where you could say the talent is in the package, that's that guy right there. And I'm going to tell you, I don't believe, obviously last year there were some hiccups and trips and fumbles, and the dude still almost walked away with the title, okay, of Angler of the Year. He is the total package, and the last 15 months, truly, one of the best 15 months that I've ever seen in bass fishing, period.
17 Elite Series events, 15 top 50s already, and I think closing in on 9 top 10s. But here's a guy making his first semifinal Saturday of 2025, and why don't you just sit down, Matt Robertson?
Let's go.
Wants to make it home to call his kid Stone Cold Robertson.
Well, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all in any way, shape, or form. Kid's going to have good genes, no doubt about it. Looking at Matt Robertson right here. Matt Robertson, one of the anglers that started in Anchor Bay earlier in the week, but really has spent the most of his time late on day one, all of day two, and all here of semifinal Saturday out near that shipping channel. But again, not dealing with crazy big numbers, but quality there for Matt Robertson.
One thing we've heard from a lot of anglers this morning on live cast is once you get out to that shipping channel, you're not seeing as many fish, but they are much easier to catch. The fish here are getting much more pressured. It's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that as well.
And what's funny, I've talked with Davey Height about this. A lot of people ask, hey, where do those 5 to 6 pounders go this time of year? I've always believed that shipping channel with the deepest water in this lake just acts like a highway for a lot of the better than average fish. From there, Logan Parks right outside of our takeoff here on the north side of Anchor Bay.
Weighed in the second biggest bag of the tournament yesterday, 25 pounds, and that was only bested by his old college partner, Tucker Smith, with 26 pounds, 2 ounces.
Had the opportunity to watch him a good bit this morning. Obviously, see him throwing a casting rod there, mainly using a jerkbait. That's been his key weapon. Not fishing far from takeoff. We've even been able to see takeoff in the background of some of his shots, and had some losses this morning. But that's part of the game plan with the jerkbait, right, Zona?
Yeah, definitely fishing a lot shallower than a lot of other anglers. Seen a lot of hard baits here the last couple days. A lot of spy bait, some jerk bait fishing, but getting away from the crowd in Anchor Bay, solid tournament for Logan Parks.
His old college partner, Tucker Smith, has moved within 3 points of Paul Marks in our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race, and he's not happy with one Elite Series title. He'd like to go and get number 2 here in his rookie season.
And something that we talked about on day one of this tournament, Dave, is you kind of knew by the end of this event the usual suspects were going to end up showing up. The guys that are masters of their technology, forward-facing sonar. And listen, I made this comment earlier today, and I did. I got kind of roasted for it. Another angler as good with his forward-facing sonar, like Tucker Smith, Koya Fujita. I made the comment, the usual suspects were going to show up, and there are a lot of the younger guys. And here's the best way to put it. Guys like Koya, guys like Tucker, Trey McKinney, dude, they fished around some phenomenal anglers. And to just cut to the chase, they're just way better at using it. Like here's what I mean by saying that. Looking at what Koya is doing out there. How many consistent 40-year-old and older anglers do we consistently cover staring at their screen? That would be none. Obviously, dude, the 20 to 30-year-olds, and you can go out there, dude, you can go out there in those packs of boats, and the guys that are consistently bowed up are of that age. There you go.
Well, Kyoya Fujita is very good at it, but nobody has proved better at it, and almost better at bass fishing over the last 2 years, and that is Trey McKinney, your unofficial leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Years. Listen to this. Youngest to ever qualify for the elites, youngest to ever win Rookie of the Year, youngest to ever win an Elite Series event, and potentially 5 days away from becoming the youngest ever angler of the year. That makes me hate Trey McKinney. Just that right there.
I think the only thing that could slow Trey McKinney down, I'm not scared to say it, is if he gets a girlfriend and ends up married. Oh. Because right now, nothing can stop him.
Oh, it's coming.
And it is coming. That will eventually happen. But really looking at what he's done out on the water, fishing really basically 9 out to 12 feet of water. Bait rotation has been critical for him all week. Jig head minnow, dice style bait most of yesterday. Flawless performance so far for young Trey McKinney.
Here's a look at our updated leaderboard, and as you see, with 69 pounds, 7 ounces, Trey McKinney is your tournament leader. Kyoya Fujita, Tucker Smith, Logan Parks, and Matt Robertson rounding out your top 5. Easton Fothergill told me today if he catches a 5-pounder, he will breathe fire on the water for me here today.
That's all right.
I'm all about it. I'm going to put you on the spot, Mark Zona.
Bassmaster Live.
Yes, you said you were coming here. Boots on the ground. Mark Zona going to finally suss some stuff out. Good opportunity to talk to Kyoya Fujita. We're going to get out in the water with Takumi right now, but after that, I want you to think about this.
Okay.
Did you get any little info nuggets that you can share with us?
I've made a comment that Koya and I have become close. Koya doesn't like me.
No.
When he came up to the weigh-in yesterday, I waved to him, and he just turned right and walked away.
But everybody likes Takumi Ito. I don't think Takumi's any more secretive than Kyoya. I think Takumi is just a master at doing it with a smile and laughing, and it seems less offensive.
No, I don't agree with you. Listen, you could literally, at the end of the tournament, you can get what you need from Taku. You are not going to get that from Koya.
I don't know. I think that you get what Takumi thinks you need. Like, I think he still is... Think about it. We're talking about a guy who fished for 15 minutes under a dock and acted like, oh, I did this in Japan. No, you were looking at him all that whole time. I mean, he's...
I'll throw something else out there, and I made this comment yesterday. I think Easton Fothergill is as sneaky as both of them.
Yes.
I really do.
And here's the scary thing. When I told him you had called him the American Kyoya, he smiled and took that as a compliment.
Oh, can you step here? Yes. It's okay. Sorry.
From Takumi Ito, let's head over to one of Z's best buddies.
I did.
Fujita.
I said at the Classic that him and I were best friends. I don't know. Coming back doesn't seem like we are. Out to Koya Live right now. Again, about 9 to 12 feet of water. And he has bounced around, actually. I've watched him today on our map. He's bounced around a lot. And Davey made the comment, dude, I don't know what pound line he is using, but I mean cracking the leather whip, feeling the lash.
Yep. Yeah. Buddy.
Yeah, that's not 8-pound line. That is not 8-pound line.
I'm starting to think he doesn't own 8-pound line. I mean, everybody thinks he's super finesse.
Here's to show you how sneaky he'll be. Like today, I'll ask him what pound line. He will not even answer what pound line to me. Like, he's consistent.
He tells his camera guy where to stand in the boat.
Dude owns it.
Keep comparing these guys. Well, let's go from Fujita back to Takumi Ito.
314.
And this is where it all kicked off for him. This is where we first kind of featured him on Bass Live, and the bass fishing world kind of fell in love with his youthful affection, his excitement about the sport of fishing.
Yeah, and Taku actually said really, really rough practice. Did not see a lot of fish from that 4.5 to 5.5 pound range. Taku's kind of been on the outskirts of Anchor Bay all week long. It's great seeing Lee Livesey up here, Justin Hamner. Those guys are heading on off to the raft off out there that starts in about an hour.
They're not the only ones.
I know. I made the comment. I was just driving down Jefferson, coming up towards Anchor Bay, and boy, every party store seems a little bit crowded right now.
Getting tips from me out there, Z?
Listen, I'm just going to, while he fights this fish right here, I got wrapped up in one of them deals a couple 25 years ago in Muscatine Bay, and you almost want to just bathe in holy water on that Sunday morning after.
Good chance I won't make it back for weigh-in, so
Yeah.
Good thing you're here.
Yeah. Actually, no, I've been leaving the weigh-ins, Dave.
Here's something that stood out at weigh-in yesterday. Takumi's son. I mean, it's hard to hold a big smallmouth bass. They're nothing but muscle. And you see a lot of kids hold them, and their dad's kind of propping the fish up, and there's some of them slip out of their hands. Takumi's son grabbed that 5-pounder and held it like
Owned it.
It is not the first one he's held.
Definitely, like every day of this tournament, pretty much been premium smallmouth conditions. Nice light chop, 1 to 3 foot waves throughout the tournament, high skies. And the one thing that we've definitely seen throughout this tournament, and pretty much every tournament that we cover on St. Clair, dude, when that sun gets its highest and those fish start to elevate out of that grass, there's been a lot of late day moves this week.
Is it easier to catch them when they do that, or is it just easier to see them, which makes it easier?
Well, obviously, yeah. Well, heck, when they elevate out of that grass, I did a hummingbird hit, and it was I was stunned the first morning in this tournament before these fish got throttled in Anchor Bay. A lot of those fish at like 7:30 a.m. were already elevated in the water column, which surprised me because usually it almost takes 2 or 3 hours for it to happen. But I think they also, when they get good eyesight late in the day with high skies, dude, they just start hunting more.
2 box and both hooked up. Cole Sands having a great tournament himself. Is there a lake in the country that you just leisurely go out, fishing, boating, whatever, and you will see more people hooked up? I mean, I can't think of one you go to where you see, I mean, if you go to St. Clair and you don't see someone hooked up, it's a rarity.
Yeah, you're right. And what's funny is it's also crazy timing stuff. And there'll be little lulls and stuff like that. But the one thing that you see is when it fires for an entire almost region of this lake. When I came off the water on day one, it was a little bit slow in the morning. I saw fish catch here, fish catch there, and I rolled at about 9:15, and there was a cluster of those 30 boats just outside of Anchor Bay, and every single boat was hooked up at the same time.
Fat, at least. I don't know if it'll help, though.
Steve Bowman said, I feel like Trey McKinney's going to slide some way, shape, or form by Championship Sunday. You know what Trey McKinney is saying? Yeah, that is not going to happen, Brendo. Listen, I'm going to say it again. Any of his Elite Series competitors, find that dude a girlfriend because he ain't going to slow down this week.
Only place he's sliding is into the bank because he's been spending a lot of time cashing checks since he showed up here and not stopping anytime soon. Welcome back to On Location coverage. Trey McKinney has owned this event, and if you look at his track record, not a lot of events that he hasn't owned, Mark.
No, and I'll be honest with you. I made a comment before this tournament. If there's a hole in his game, it was smallmouth. Boy, I nailed that one, Dave Mercer.
He spent a ton of time on Lake Michigan, and he really, I mean, you watch him fight a smallmouth. He has a healthy disrespect, and boy, an incredible amount of moves that are coming out.
No doubt about it.
Big Tom and Jerry fan growing up. Asked him his favorite childhood. I mean, he's not a normal, like you would think SpongeBob. No, Tom and Jerry and the Roadrunner.
Right.
Love the Roadrunner.
Got it.
Kyle Jesse, one of the big players here this week that many might not have predicted coming into this event, especially with the wind the way it's been. It's a spy bait.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on day one of the event, we had a good time breaking down Zona, breaking down the Bass Pro Shop's top baits for St. Clair. Spy bait was one of them, but, you know, another bait we talked a lot about coming into the event was a dice bait. Right off ICAST, every company in the world seemingly coming out with some variation of a dice bait. Zona, that's a player here this week, right?
Yeah, and I'm actually going to throw you a theory about the dice bait. It obviously, you know, we make fun of it. We always say matching the hatch and all that kind of BS. But if you actually look at Lake St. Clair this week, okay? If you look on the back of this net, you are going to see a lot of mayflies. Even though we have mayfly hatches here from May, June, July, all the way into August, we ended up having a big mayfly hatch this week. If you do look at the nymph that comes out of the bottom of Lake St. Clair, a dice bait on a Nico rig where it's basically from the surface to about 5 foot under the surface, I'm telling you, a dice bait actually in the water, when you look at it with a lightweight, say you have it on a 16th ounce and you're click, 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 what you got to see Trey McKinney doing yesterday. You know that Koya has employed that this week. If there is something that a dice bait looks like forage-wise, it absolutely is a mayfly that comes out of the bottom of the lake. That is the closest comparison I can make, and we collided with a mayfly hatch earlier this week. That's the only theory I have on that. When it comes to the spy bait, this is one of those lakes where a spy bait actually was kind of introduced. Saw Chad Grigsby win a big tournament here. Scott Dobson, big-time guy, tournament angler out here. And look, Dobson runs with Dakota, and Dakota made a comment. He said, with as much pressure that is in Anchor Bay, I have been able to run laps around guys locking a spy bait in my hand. The negative side of spy baiting, it's hard to upgrade your hooks, and that's the biggest thing, is keeping them hooked on a spy bait. I know Dakota made the comment, I'm using braid rings, the braid loops around his treble hook. The problem with a spy bait, if you up the size of your hook, it doesn't let that bait roll back and forth.
An emerging nymph, that's what we're saying.
Dude, if you right now Google where a mayfly comes from, comes from the bottom of the lake when it's a wiggler, it looks scary similar to a dice bait.
All right, well, I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not going to say that I was just hanging in the hotel room Googling mayfly nymphs, but I was.
I bet.
Easy.
Let's
now.
see your
Don't
Google.
go down that highway.
Love to. Watching Trey McKinney live right now. There's also a chance that, like, really the sport has just turned into whatever you can shake in front of a fish, and it's just a cat toy.
Yeah, like the Easton Fothergills. I mean, he's the master of that.
Yeah. Told me he would breathe fire today if he catches a 5-pounder, so I am really hoping for that. What me and Kyle Jesse talked about, Hooked Up Live. Well, he gets this fish in. Kyle Jesse, myself, Lee Livesey, several of the guys on the live cast talked about this people have often said what stands out with these super scopers. Why do they stand out? And I think we're seeing
because it's all they do.
It's all they do, but it's also what they do faster. It's speed. They are quicker at it.
Let me throw one. Can I an opinion on this?
Of course, that's what you're here for.
In Anchor Bay, there is a lot of grass.
Mm-hmm.
And the majority of the fish are in that grass. To be able to immediately process like a computer when those fish are in that grass and there's not a lot of separation, I'm telling you, the best shiners in this field are able to see that. Look, anybody on day one, when those smallmouth would elevate a foot out of that grass, dude, they would emit, I mean, it was a beam. But it's when they're in the grass and being able to see those fish, I think, as well.
And that hasn't changed here. Speed on St. Clair has almost always been a weapon. The more water you can cover, they're covering more water. Is it any different than 35 years ago when Kevin Van Dam showed up? I know it's involving technology, but Kevin Van Dam got his bait in front of more fish, covered more water, and caught more.
Oh, dude, I just think they truly, I'm going to dumb it down. I just think they know what they're looking at better than the guy that's next to him. That's what I believe.
I don't think he's very big, but...
Logan Parks. Second biggest bag of the tournament weighed in yesterday by Logan.
No, it's a little largemouth. Largemouth. Wrong species.
Look how confused he is. What is he doing out there?
Dang, you freaking got it.
There's a whack of them in this lake, though.
Especially the north side of this bay. There's an area called Lotta View, just west of here. Springtime, phenomenal largemouth fishing.
He's not going to
Ish Monroe in the Open last year
100%.
crushed him on
Ish Monroe's caught him
But
several times here, big stringers. Just hard to do 3 and 4 days.
Sure.
To give an idea of the numbers, you know, you go to Mitchell's Bay and stuff like that, and I know multiple people that have hooked a largemouth. You're pulling it reeds. That largemouth jig pulls out of its mouth, and before that jig gets back to the boat, you hook up with another largemouth. I mean, there's not only numbers, but groups of them. They group up.
There are docks on the bottom end of the Detroit River, or 9,000 years ago, that I used to fish tournaments on, and I've taped down there. But there are certain docks that you don't catch one under a dock. You catch 30, and generally they're all 2 to 3.5 pounds.
Mercer, for what it's worth, I have never had that happen in Alabama. Not one single time.
You've also never shoveled mayflies in Alabama. Things are different here. Or snow.
And I need to qualify. When I was talking about the mayfly hatch we had, it was a smaller one this week.
Okay.
Dude, there was one here 30 days ago. I saw pictures online. There was a tournament going on here where you would go to some of the gas stations. And, I mean, you couldn't see paint on the side of the gas stations.
You literally, there's times where you shoveled them here. You have to shovel them. And here's the scary thing, crazy thing about them. Kind of weird. Nothing slicker ever. Like, it actually causes driving concerns.
Yeah.
No different than ice does. You try to stop on just a mess of mayflies.
They're an amazing creature, though.
Yeah,
at the same time.
That's why there's 78 different dices out in the industry. Because of the emerging nymph, it's finally been figured out. We'll be right back in just a few minutes' time. Bassmaster Halftime Show. It is my second favorite day of the week. It is semifinal Saturday. Of course, my favorite day, Championship Sunday. But it's hard to have a bad day on Lake St. Clair, and especially if your name is Trey McKinney, 69 pounds, 7 ounces. Our tournament leader, Kyoya Fujita, with 66.9, trying to chase him down. And the biggest bag of the tournament, was weighed in by young Tucker Smith, who is 3 points in the rear of our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race. 26 pounds, 2 ounces he weighed in yesterday. Cole Sands having a great event. And Tucker's old college partner, Logan Parks, having a great event. And he's a Yokohama pro. This is the Yokohama Bassmaster Elite. And the nice thing about this event is, well, we got this guy with us.
Let's go.
Travis Pastrana, I mean, world famous for so many, well, really just famous at doing things that most people say are stupid.
Well, I'll take that as a comment, man. I tell you what, it's awesome to be out here. I actually got to meet Logan Parks last night. He had such a big day yesterday, and then saw him catching a widemouth bass out there today. I was like, what is going on?
Travis, I got to meet you at the Bassmaster Classic, and I had a question at that classic after you left. And do you ever, before some of your stunts, are you ever like, damn, this is a bad idea right here?
That one right there on TV, yeah, that one was a bad idea. Actually, most of the stuff that you see in video, I always say, Dad, I thought I had it. He goes, well, it was about 100% chance that wasn't going to work. You should have figured that out before you stared. But that's been the fun of it, man, pushing the limits.
How old were you when you started doing this stuff?
I've been since I was born pretty much, but
Really?
at 4 years old, started riding dirt bikes, kind of like you guys started fishing. It's what you do with your family. It's what my mom rode motorcycles, dad rode motorcycles, and then with age, get a cage. So I've been doing that, and then starting to go over to the boat world as well.
It's awesome.
You are in the boat world. I mean, I seen a video yesterday of you blasting, what boat are you, you're part of Team Mercury now?
So Mercury's been absolutely awesome. I started running offshore back in 2021 during COVID. The World Championship was down in Florida. The top team, Geico, 2,200 horsepower quad turbo boats going 150 miles an hour. They said, hey, our drivers from Europe, we can't get them over here. It's going to be an asterisk, but the World Championship, would you like to jump in? And I've evidently liked that I could drive a little bit, or at least kept it from flipping somehow. And they brought me back the next year. We won the World Championship legit, and been trying to get as much towards the water sports as I possibly can. Grew up, in Annapolis, real close to water. Watermen all over, but I like going fast. So it's cool to see these guys, as rough as it is out there, they are ripping.
Travis, there is a thing called, I talked about it earlier today, going on out here, called a raft off, okay?
It is.
It is about 5,000 boats, basically just partying. But trust me, by the end of the day, it will be your speed out there outside of Muscatine Bay. It is something to truly behold here.
So it's going faster.
It starts slow generally, and then the raft off ends very, very fast. Yes.
Sounds awesome.
Exactly.
With a lot of regret. A lot of regret.
Yes.
Travis, you've done everything. I mean, literally, when you look at that highlight reel, I mean, most people, if they've done one of those, they're like, let me tell you about the time I did this. You've done everything. Is there anything I'm a big goal-oriented person, clearly. What are your goals? Is there anything left, any boxes to check, something you'd like to do?
Yeah, honestly, came out last year to the Bassmaster Classic, and it was interesting that there was a lot of motocross riders that had turned into anglers.
Right.
I don't currently have the time to get out there. I was actually, a lot of your sponsors kind of overlap. We have, like I said, Yokohama, TNT Fireworks. My kids were stoked. We came back from the Bassmaster Classic with a bunch of fireworks. But at the end of the day, I didn't realize how much speed was involved in fishing. How much, it was intense out. I got dead last. It was horrible for me, but I don't like to be that bad at anything, and definitely looking forward to the future, hopefully getting out here and having some fun with you guys.
It's awesome.
So you're gonna fish?
Yeah, I mean, not professionally, but I'd like to at least not be last.
Yeah.
Pro-ams, let's go.
Story of my life. That's my goal. Just don't be last. Yokohama, a great sponsor of this event, obviously ties you into this, and you're going to be hanging out here all day long?
I'll be out here all day. Yeah, we've got the Yokohama Can-Am. We've got some cars, and having a lot of fun. Actually, just getting on that Lake St. Clair has been awesome today.
So is this your first time actually on St. Clair?
Yeah, this is my first time out here. Like I said, fishing is something that is definitely not in my wheelhouse, but it looks like a lot of fun. And getting to meet some of the fishers, the anglers, it's been really cool. And seeing that we come from a lot of the same backgrounds, same areas, just like to go have some fun, do stuff fast. And I didn't realize the technique and the challenge that it really got intense out there. So pretty cool.
Well, the North Channel, Travis, is right over here, and there will be some cigarette boats coming out of that North Channel. Full tilt in the next 3 hours, trust me.
Yeah, no, there's there's an offshore powerboat race right down the road. There's a lot of cool stuff actually in this whole area, but I just saw a boat come by at about 130. I was like, hate to be just sitting there on the Sea-Doo or the bass fishing boat.
Well, this is the Lake St. Clair that Kid Rock talked about, cruising in his 40-foot Donzi, and we're going to see a bunch of those here today. But a guy who, Mark Zona agrees that really a Donzi or a girlfriend is about the only thing that can stop Trey McKinney. I mean, he is focused on fishing, but if he gets just a little distracted, that could be the end of his career.
Well, pretty much, I will tell you, if you really look at what he's done, he has done it with so much pressure around him this week, so many other anglers. And I really did. Coming in this tournament, I thought with the three that were at the top of our Angler of the Year race, Jay Shakurit, Chris Johnston, I kind of felt like this was going to be the weak link for Trey McKinney. Kind of if you looked at last year when we were at the St. Lawrence River, and that's where I really thought there was going to be maybe a hole in his game. Dude, he has fished. If you look at this entire season, you almost have to touch perfection to hold a blue trophy up on the Elite Series stage. This has been, at least so far, with 1 day left, because I'm already calling today a close for Trey. Dude, he has fished a perfect tournament with so many other anglers literally in his back pocket. I'm telling you, on day one, I was out here and I was about 100 yards from Trey McKinney. Dude, he embarrassed the competition around. Like, he embarrassed them.
Travis, you have, you may not have done a lot of angling, but you're an incredibly focused human. Like, you've been in that stage that Trey McKinney's in. You've focused over things that people said were impossible. You've obsessed over them. What is that like to be in that mind space?
People always say, what's it take to become great at anything? And some people call it being driven or being focused. I call it being obsessed. There's no amount of money on earth, there's no amount of anything that can make someone be the absolute best, because every minute of every day, these anglers are thinking about fish and where to be and where to go. And that's, similarly, I just had no idea, like watching these guys, how intense it was out there. I was with Scott last year. It was, learned a lot. It was a lot of fun, but he was like, throw it there. I'm throwing it an inch off. He's like, oh my gosh, this is, you're not even paying attention. I just had no idea. And just the intensity there was really cool.
Well, if you do any of that stuff you do with me and Zona, you'll feel the exact same way about us. Another guy who is literally obsessed with this sport has traveled from the other side of the world to chase this dream, and that is Koya Fujita. And boy, this dream is coming true for him.
Yeah, and really looking at what Koya Fujita, boy, you get Koya in a smallmouth tournament, you can pretty much write him in to the top 10. And what was funny was, again, going back to that first day, being out on the water, there was two anglers that stood out in about a 40-boat cluster out there. And it was Koya on one side, on the west side of that cluster, and it was really Trey McKinney on the other side of it. And I don't know. What's funny was we talked about this. A few anglers used the word luck for this tournament because it was a different Lake St. Clair. There wasn't a huge group of bass out there like there was in years past where there's 400, 500 fish to choose from on your technology. It was a one here, a one there. And you knew by the end of this tournament, luck was going to be thrown out the window because it will end up the usual suspects by Championship Sunday.
Sorry, I do have a quick question. Not to be that guy just butting in here, but it seems like the boats are moving so far up and down. How well is their instruments actually telling them where it is, or how much is it just
deadly
feel?
Accurate, man?
It is deadly accurate.
And what's funny is with the rougher conditions, and today, when you combine the wind and the boat wakes that are going to be out there, it's going to be like an ocean. Those guys are so incredibly used to what they are seeing on that screen. That's cool.
I know you got a meet and greet coming up here in a few minutes, but you did spend time with Logan Parks last night. Did he give us, did you get us any little nuggets that you can share with us? How was he feeling?
He was looking very relaxed, to be quite honest. Like, for someone that just came off the lake all day, he hung out and was just the most down-to-earth. That's what I found. Like, everybody here is just so willing to just have a conversation, talk, hang out. His wife was there. I'm like, this it does not feel like you are in the middle of a Yokohama Bassmaster Elite tournament.
A high-power tournament,
go.
right? It's awesome.
So I think he's confident. It seemed confident.
Well, he should be confident. Having a great tournament and a big day yesterday. But a guy who's had a big life, our guest, Travis Pastrana. I want to thank you for joining us and another opportunity to look at some highlights here. When you watch these, do certain parts of your body start to hurt when you see each of these clips?
Every one of them. But it's been a lot of fun for sure.
Is it true is that you jumping out of a plane without a parachute?
It's kind of pass or fail. Always thought those were the easiest tests.
Do you watch Shark Week where those great whites bust those baby seals? Are you ever like, I want to go swimming out there?
They threw me in. I tell you what. Yeah, it's. I've been with sharks. I'm not a big fan of the ocean.
Wow. I feel manly because I swam with sharks this year and I loved it. So you ain't nothing, Travis Pastrana, but you're a great guest. Thank you for joining us. We'll be right back. Great job. Hard to recover from a Travis Pastrana segment, but we're going to do our best. We're going to do our best. That dude is awesome. 3 times me and my son Jack went and saw him in Nitro Circus, and every time I was like, I would never do the things he does.
I'll be honest with you, though. I feel like we found his kryptonite when we brought up swimming with sharks.
Oh, yeah.
It's not his jam. Not that it's anybody's, but...
Well, some people like it. Weirdos. Total weirdos. Speaking of weirdos, we've added one member to our cast, and we'll talk about that in a second. But first, let's get out in the water live with Yokohama teammate to Travis Pastrana. Logan Parks had the second biggest bag of the tournament yesterday.
That's a big one. Oh, not that big. Look huge on the screen. It's actually not that big.
One of the things that you're definitely seeing today is looking at our mapping of where these anglers are at in Anchor Bay. A lot of the guys that are in the top 20 right now kind of off the beaten path. Not your leaders, Koya Fujita, Trey McKinney. They've kind of been around a lot of pressure. Like Logan Parks, I mean, for the most part, he's been left alone. You look at guys like Pat Schlopper, kind of left alone, even though they're in Anchor Bay, kind of off the beaten path.
Come here. Let me get you. Be a nice upgrade, at least.
There you go, Logan Parks with another one there, and had a good day yesterday, obviously. Second biggest mover of the day.
I just knew that was a tank.
Only guy who caught him better than him is his old college roommate, and that is, or his old college partner, and that is Tucker Smith, who's now moved in within 3 points of our Rookie of the Year race. But how do you recover from a Travis Pastrana segment? Well,
exactly.
Bring in Bo Knows.
Bo knows.
We're letting you start this one upright this week. I mean, I think that means for you the career's going up, Steve Bowman.
How about that? I mean, I was texting Mike the whole time. Just keep him in there because he was fantastic. But the one thing that Bo knows about this tournament is St. Clair is all about the brain weight.
Brain weight?
What is a brain weight?
The brain weight is about 3 pounds. All right? And 3 pounds is the key weight all week long. And I'm going to give you some numbers to back that up. First, of the 631 fish that were registered yesterday on Bass Track, only 15 of those were in the 1 to 2 pound range. All right? 65 to 75% of the 65 to 70% of these numbers were 3 pounders. So, you know, that's the majority of the field is catching 3. Nobody weighed in a sack except for Ed Lochran, who, you know, had his problems. Everybody else weighed a 3 pound average, period. Last place.
Every single angler.
Every single angler had a 3 pound average. It's had a 3 pound average every day.
Did it surprise you? And I'm going to ask you this, Mercer. And again, I go back to day number 1. I said there's going to be a lot of anglers that their heart is going to be broken with 18 to 19 pounds. What was the cut weight yesterday?
It was 40 or 39 and change.
Did it surprise you that basically 18 to 19 pounds and you're packing, leaving?
You're packing. 18 pounds would not get you anything here. You had to have at least one day of 20 to 21 pounds.
True story. A very, very, very well-known angler around this area, John Maniaci, came up to me yesterday. Dude fishes out here 5 days a week. He made the comment, literally, during the weigh-in yesterday, he goes, "It is amazing and depressing of how good these guys do, because they make me," and a guy like Minnie and myself, dude, we've fished out here for 30 to 40 years. Literally, he made the comment, they show you how well you do not know your own lake.
Exactly. Yeah. But the main thing with the 3 pounds, there was a story in Bassmaster years ago, back in the day. The most perfect fish that Bassmasters chase are 3-pounders. You catch a 1-pounder, it comes flying back at you. You set the hook on a 2-pounder, you get a little bit of shake, and then it comes at you. A 3-pounder stays in place. It's got the most fight, and you have more chances of catching 3-pounders than anything. So with 70% of the fish being caught in this deal, we're talking about St. Clair being one of the most perfect fisheries for a bass angler. You don't go out there and catch 1-pounders,
right?
You know, and
it's like they're born 3 pounds,
right? Yeah, it's like they get there and they stay there. So St. Clair is almost perfect.
That is weird. You say that. The producer of Bassmaster, Mike McKinnis, comes up here all the time in April, and so many of our viewers are watching this right now that fish the mile roads in April, early season. It is staggering how few 1 to 2.5 pound fish. Like, there's so many bass in here. You're like, well, heck, man, I'm gonna catch 50 pound and a half to 2 pound fish. You just don't.
No.
It's like everything you catch is 3 pounds and bigger.
Right. And how big is the 3 pounds? If you look at the weights, if you look at the standings, 3 pounds separates 11th from 42nd place. 3 pounds separates 42nd place to 73rd place. The threes are a big key number, and everybody out there today has to have at least that if they want to just stay alive or not be embarrassed. But even that, like you said earlier, you're kind of embarrassed if you walk up here with 15 pounds.
It was unbelievable, man, to see some of the names that came in with 18 to 19 pounds on day 1 and day 2, and basically just sent back.
And Bowman, I did some of the numbers. That percentage pretty close today, 55, 56% until the 11 o'clock hour, 3 pounds or better on bass trout.
Wow.
Over to Koya Fujita, and as has been the case a lot today, he is once again hooked up.
And the other side, these dudes are not going to put a 2-pounder in their live well.
This is not a battle of the scopers. This is the battle of the super scopers going down here this
no
week.
doubt. By the end of the day, going into championship, ooh, look at that right there. Your hands off me. By the end of championship Sunday, the best in the game at shining, they will be at the top.
Is there a chance that that's what the dice fate is imitating?
Honestly, those things really scare me. Really, it's like something in like Prometheus.
Mark Zona, you're awesome. You guys are great. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. The live show will continue from the studio in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series Yokohama Tire Elite, Lake St. Clair. Getting near the end of the road for 2025. Our live coverage brought to you by Skeeter, as we have only 11 hours more fishing left in this tournament. 3 of those are going to happen this afternoon. We're going to take you through those 3 hours coming up here. 8 hours tomorrow.
You scared me, Tommy.
No.
We only have 11 more hours. I was like, where is the day gone? We still have 11 hours.
We'd let you take a nap. Fine. You'll be back and ready to go. Trey McKinney, unstoppable it would appear. as he is in his quest to go wire to wire at this Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite. And we got 10 anglers more than worthy. One of them could mount a charge at any moment, but look for Trey McKinney to not stop doing what he's doing, and that is catching them seemingly at will. One of his closest pursuers now moved from 4th up to 3rd place as it stands now with Logan Parks.
We talked about the change, a little slight change in the wind direction, and you can see it there on the north end of Lake St. Clair right now, right?
Sucker went nuts. Thought it was a small one. I think it's going to help us, but
more north.
We got that 3 even in there. I think it's something in the 3-pound range.
Not northeast.
I don't think it's very big. Like
blowing towards the north.
Yes,
to the north.
Correct. This was the point in the day, noon Eastern time, when it was going to be more and more south.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got one right at 3 pounds. I think this will definitely get rid of that. I don't know. Hard to tell. No, he's not that big actually. I don't know if that's gonna help. Thought it didn't look very big on the screen. Yeah. Right at 3 pounds also, but
Logan Parks cruising through his sophomore year here in fine style. Top 10 as it stands right now. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
Hey, he's only missed 2 cuts. He's 8th place. Of course, he's about 60 points back of 7th place, but what a great season Logan Parks has had.
No doubt.
And to think last year he was like 8th or 7th out of the 9 rookies. He made the Classic, but was still that far down in Rookie of the Year.
The headline there is 7 rookies make it into the class.
Oh, yeah. And then the fact that he's basically 7th this year out of the whole field.
9, all but our nation qualifier last year.
Easton Fothergill. Easton just hanging right there, steady in 6th place, 5th and 6th all day long. Told us before we started today, I want to put the biggest weight of the tournament up on this day, and I'm sure he was talking about of the entire tournament, not his biggest weight.
oh, we got a mess now.
He's been catching them steady all day. This morning we heard him say, I got it figured out now. Know how to make them bite. He just hasn't caught that upper 4 to 5 pound class fish.
I feel like he's keep poking around and keep
a lot of 4s, barely 4s, upper 3s, but I don't remember him catching one even, 4 3/4 even. Like they've all been barely 4s, upper 3s. Maybe a 4 1/2 here and there.
2nd place, he's been there for a long time on this day number 3, is Kyoya Fujita. Kind of eaten into Trey McKinney's lead a little bit. It was as much as 5 pounds now, it's less than half of that.
Yep.
Yes, maybe full. Yep.
Only fish 315. I think that's going to help in my hair. Sounds like it anyway.
Yes, 4 even.
4 even?
Yeah.
Interesting watching Joy for 3 days in a row now.
Yeah.
If he doesn't think it's 4 or better, he doesn't get down to get it in. He's boat flips.
Let's move on as fast as he can.
Those 3-pounders, 3.5-pounders, he swings them.
Time management is big with him. Let's get it back to our leader, Trey McKinney.
Looks like he might be throwing us spy bait again. That didn't take long.
Might have been.
One last cast on him. If I can find him again, there he is.
There goes the minnow. One last cast.
You and Mark Zona both made the point that the days of being able to go around here with a tube and maybe once in a while throw in a topwater are long gone. These guys have very sophisticated lineup of weapons for each specific situation.
Yeah, these waves are a little hard.
I mean, you can go out and catch a few fish, but you're not going to be competitive.
Yeah.
You know, even, I hate to say it, but even on a Tuesday nighter, you got to be dialed in like these guys. Maybe not quite like these guys, but no tubes and pop-Rs.
Yeah.
Don't hold up many trophies.
Right.
On Lake St. Clair right now.
When's the last time, if ever, a spinnerbait won this tournament?
It's been a very, very long time. I guess. I don't remember.
I can't.
Lake St. Clair. So I caught a few of my fish when I won in 01, but that was like on day 1 and day 2, the wind was just really howling, and then after that, I couldn't catch many, 24 years ago on a spinnerbait.
Yeah.
They certainly, you don't see a lot of them now.
Well, we're a ways off from weigh-in time. A lot can transpire between now and then. Coming your way, as a matter of fact, at 3:10 local time. That's Eastern time. You can find that weigh-in at Bassmaster.com. Meanwhile, on the YouTube.com, the Bassmaster official YouTube page, Moultrie Behind the Tanks also cranks up at that same time. Pat Renwick and the gang back there getting these fishermen to tell all. Trying to know all, see all, and tell all for your benefit. Moultrie Behind the Tanks, 3:10 p.m. Eastern time. Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Sponsored by Mercury. By PowerPole. And by Progressive Insurance. Just can't say enough about the great weather here, the manageable wind, and all of that. And welcome into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. And one thing I speak for everyone in here. There's one thing that we really would like to see is us be up there today.
Yes.
Fishing out there. It's just so much fun. We lose track of it. We get in the minutia of the races and everything. But it's just a joy to go to that place. It's a place that inspires you.
Yeah, there's a lot of places that I'll be honest with you, I just assume being studio with the weather that they're having, especially early in the year.
Or the fishing they're having.
And the fishing they're having to deal with. Did that a lot of years being out there. The studio is super nice, but I can guarantee you, everyone in this studio would love to be at Lake St. Clair this week.
Ronnie, what's the most important race going on right now in terms of what can be affected today and tomorrow?
Well, I think the biggest thing right now is Tucker Smith moving up to second place, Rookie of the Year. He made up a 50-plus point deficit. He's just within a few negligible points. He has to stay there in second, though. You do not want to drop to eighth in this tournament and give 6 more points back. But he is the one who's made up the most ground. Meanwhile, Jay Shakiri carried a slim lead in. He's now 4th in points. Chris Johnston's still hanging close. But the thing is there, Kiyoya Fujita, Chris Johnston, they're still fishing and can still make up ground on Trey McKinney, who is now our Angler of the Year leader. So I'll say it's more so of a bigger feat what Tucker's done to make up 50 to 60 points in one tournament versus it's still going to be a race next week for AOI.
Shakira is not closed out, but he just can't do anything about a situation until we get to the upper Mississippi.
You'll want to be in that 20 to 25 point range. There's nothing saying you can't be 40 points back next week, but man, he made it a little extra hard on himself. If he would have been 50th with a chance to move up today, dramatically different than 56th and watching from home.
Yeah, he went from, in my opinion, probably a top 10 at lacrosse, wins him AOI. Now, top 5, maybe even a win might not get it done.
And it doesn't even matter. So that's the biggest thing.
Such, we got half as many anglers out there as we've had the first 2 days. Has that had any effect on the average size of the keepers today?
Oh, I haven't figured out that, but I do want to talk about Brandon Card. He started 74th on day 1, jumped in with one of our better bags, 23.9 yesterday. Today, he's in the top 10 at 10th place right now. Same thing with Brandon Polnick. He was in the 40s. Yesterday, he climbed into 22nd. He's in the top 10. Never give up.
The
Never
Brandon,
4 days to
the
fish.
Go ahead.
Card made a top 10 the last time we were here. So Brandon is absolutely one who has had success here before. Both of them have.
Could have seen that.
Tommy never give up on asking Such a question. He might answer it one day. Never give up.
I love that. It's like, okay, Such,
I haven't counted the
question to
fish
Such. You
it's
say
not
the
in
question,
yet.
and Such says, never mind, I'll let pick a card.
Never mind that, Joe. Pick any card, any card.
Sick question, Tommy, but
yeah.
We love you, Such.
That's the manner we love.
That is a mad smallmouth. Coming back. Come on, buddy. Can't tell if he's like gonna help or not. Yes. Fat, okay. All right, buddy, come here. Come here. Come on. This is a mean freaking smallmouth. Woo! I think that one's gonna help. That one's heavy. He's fat. So let's get it.
We saw
that's a
Tucker and Logan have those.
Is he getting bigger?
Today. But really the difference in this
Hopefully
tournament
the scale says huge.
almost everyone else we have a camera on, they're looking
huge.
for something a little
It
over
does.
3
It's like
pounds.
huge.
Needs to be 3,
Yeah,
1 or 2 to help. Most
Show
of
you
Trey
how to say.
McKinney's day, all 3 days, needs to be 4 or
What the
better
heck?
to
I did
help.
not
I mean,
dream
he's
that. Okay.
he's
I am all fine and dandy.
Cross that mark.
crossed that mark every day before noon.
Yeah, before everybody does.
Almost, yep.
412, guys. 12, 3/4 of a pound upgrade.
Leads up to 3 pounds, 10
Dang
ounces.
right.
Wow.
Ito started this day in 10th place, fished his way into the top 10 at the end of day 2, but he has fallen since down to 18th. So there was 16 pounds even, unofficially.
I got it. Small. I don't know. Oh, good one. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes.
Big help for Kaku there.
Rid of a 2.8.
I think. Good call.
There's to gain about 3 pounds to get in the top 10.
Before that catch, he was 3 pounds back of the top.
Well, 2 3/4 pounds back of the
that's still surprising.
person
I
in
didn't
10th.
realize
Yeah.
That helps him a pound.
That goes to show you, if you have a 2.5 pounder in your bag at noon or after at St. Clair, cool, you have a chance to make a big upgrade, but bad because you're just getting, you're catching up to where everybody else has been.
Well, he's got 2 3.0s as well with the 2.8.
That's not a bad one.
Cole Sands here.
Might help, it'll be close.
That's what I was kind of referring to with Trey McKinney.
It's definitely
where
a
it's
3
got to
pound
be over
something. It's
4
got the
to
3
help
pounder head shakes instead of the big, wide 4
before
pounder head
anyone
shake.
else, all 3 days.
I think that one's gonna help. Nice fish. Little tubby sucker. Little muffin. He was hooked really good too. He actually wanted it. pretty fish. Probably 3 3/4, definitely help, probably 6 or 7 ounces, which is big on this lake. It's crazy how 1 ounce can separate you, 4 spots. Yep, another 3. I think it's a 313 maybe. It's somewhere between a 312 and a 4. We'll say it's a 313. That's a good fish. That's 4 decent ones. We still got a baby, a 3.6. I'm gonna swap with you and do some cold.
Something you didn't need to know about him, but he referenced it there. He said a little muffin. He was known in the Opens the year he qualified. He was a part of the muffin gang. 4 or 5 guys he roomed with, they'd always get gas station muffins, and they kept fishing good. So that was their little deal, their superstition, I guess.
The Muffin Gang sounds like a group of little people in the Wizard of Oz or something, right? I mean, that's
Welcome you to the Muffin Gang.
That takes some guts.
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Do you know the Muffin who lives on Drury Lane?
His name is
Cole Sands, actually. Trey McKinney on top. His name is man in charge, boss man for sure here this week on St. Clair. We'll be right back. Bassmaster fantasy games, we love them. The original, we love the most, I guess. Falcon Bassmaster. No, that's not the original. That's the second one right there. That's Falcon Bassmaster Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing. That one is the most challenging. It's called a challenge for a reason because you have to pick 8 anglers for each tournament, each of the 9 tournaments during the season, plus the Classic, actually. And once you pick them, I mean, you pick the right one for the right lake for the event that's coming up. But you choose that angler, you can't use him again for the remainder of the year. So you have to have a mind to the whole season. You have to be able to see it in your mind. And choose accordingly, choose wisely.
I teed up the Cole Sands Muffin Gang thing saying that it was a fact you didn't need to know. And during the commercial break, we confirmed that we didn't need to know that. But I just wanted to let you know.
Did.
I knew
Actually,
it.
we did need to know.
He looked huge down there on the scope. I don't know how big he really is. Couldn't tell. I can't believe he bit twice. Come on, baby. We need you bad. That's a nice one. That is a nice one. Had my hand in his gill. Skinny as crap. Look how big his mouth is. But skinny. That article, I would think, we got a 215. God, man, that ought to be a 4 3/4, but like skinny. 215. Not by much. 35. 34. Are you kidding me? He looked like a great big one. Where's my little brown turd at in there?
Possible help there. Not possible to be a whole lot of help, but every ounce counts. We keep repeating that because it's pretty much true. Closest things are here.
This one I know I don't think it's gonna help. getting mad. Good one. I was just gonna boat flip him, but I can't. Come here, buddy. Dude, I'm over it. Oh, my hands, I can't, his head's too wide. Close to 4.
Not a bad fish there.
No.
Fish was very close to 4 pounds, if not 4.
Was he showing it off to competitors nearby?
It was a jet ski.
Back over to Easton Fothergill, despite not being, as David mentioned, not being able to jump any big ones today, real big ones. He has been hanging in there, holding serve, his place in the top 10.
That's pretty cool to look at, Easton Fothergill's graph. Seeing all the bait, a few fish. He's trucking along looking for one.
Looks like there's one right under his trolling motor now in that bait box.
I think that was just bait. Maybe a small fish under it. Kept buzzing right by. So I heard halftime show, Z and Kyle and Mercer talking about guys being so good at this, the ones that we've seen doing well all week. Easton certainly one of them. And Zona mentioned about them being very good at picking these fish out that are down in this grass and the edges of this vegetation. I totally agree. But not only them being able to ID these fish when they're down in this vegetation or real close to it, the speed that they do it at is a big deal.
Yeah.
Now, it's just, I mean, I know how fast those Quest trolling motors run. They run 3.5 miles an hour. And if you're fishing Anchor Bay, your run time is 10 minutes, 15 minutes max, probably 5 minutes for a lot of them. So they've got 7 hours of fishing time. If you can cover water at 3 miles an hour versus 1.5 miles, you end up at the end of the day, you've covered 5, let's say with your cold time, you fish 5, search for a 4+ pounder over 5 more miles than a guy that's doing it 1.5 miles an hour.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
it's
simple
you can
math.
function at that speed.
Right.
You
Simple
got a
math.
huge leg up.
Yes. Yeah. Covering 5 more miles of water.
No way that doesn't translate to beating somebody.
And like I say, it just take away, some cold time. Maybe they ate a sandwich, which I don't think we're going to see them doing. Maybe they're listening to the country music. You just pull back half of that. Let's say he only fishes 2.5 more miles than his competitor. He's going to beat him every time.
Yeah. That's a great point.
9 out of 10 times. And the first thing that jumped out at me watching Coy on Champlain a couple years ago, my gosh, look how fast he is doing it.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Around all those other competitors.
Yeah,
he
he's
was
just
like
weaving in and out
he
of
was
it.
like a snake on hot asphalt versus the rest of them on a cool morning.
Yeah.
It just jumped. Now there's a fair amount of them that do it at that speed. Easton being one of them. What he's doing. You can hear the trolling motor, and to be able to hear that trolling motor, he is up there around full speed.
He's winding it up. As we say, this lake was built for that game, for sure. This is of all the places we visit all year long, this may be the very best one for all of that.
Tommy, I'm just kidding. I don't have any facts for you before we go to break.
Please, you've got to be kidding me. No. You're never without facts. Ronnie Moore will be sent for a quick search for facts, and we'll be right back to lay them out for you. '25 Yokohama Bassmaster Elite at St. Clair, and we want to take a minute to give a big tip of the hat to our partner in this, our local host, Visit Detroit. Visit Detroit is a big part of the effort here, and man, Detroit, such an interesting place. I mean, it's a Great Lakes town, just like Cleveland and all these terrific places, but it's also got so much U.S. history there. The auto industry, our American auto industry, all started here, and there's so much of that to take in, and it's just a big, wide, diverse, huge metro area with a lot going for it. Great airport as well. I might put that out for everybody. DTW is one of the really great airports in this country. They have done a job on it.
It had been a few years since I'd been there, and they have done a great job upgrading that airport.
It's tremendous. So if you want to get there, there's a good airport waiting for you there, among many other things. Visit Detroit.
I think some of the anglers that didn't make today went to Tigers baseball game last night.
Oh yeah,
Tigers baseball.
Lions and Tigers, all
Pistons
that.
and Lions are good at basketball and football now. Like, what is this? It's a renaissance over there.
Yeah, absolutely. Back out on the water. 4-box now. Cole Sands, Easton Fothergill, Taku Ito, and Trey McKinney.
Couple good catches from our rookies. Evan Kung with a 5-pounder. He's up to 13th. He started around there. Andrew Loberg. Got a nice 4 to upgrade.
Fun time watching Andrew at the 10 killer event. Seems like so long ago, but that was our last event.
It does, man. Closed out by an ounce.
This showing, Loberg has an outside chance. He's up to 47th in points. He could get in there. He's got 5 more places to make up in Mississippi River. And just above him is Evan Kung, who's now 44th in points. We could have about maybe 6 rookies.
Make the Classic?
Yeah, down to Loberg. Well, of course, you got Paul Marks leading Tucker Smith. Easton Fothergill, Emil Wagner's in the 20s, and then Evan Kung and Loberg they have to do it at Mississippi River.
Tommy, you weren't here for the live well, to preview this event.
No, I was.
I'm just going to
on
remind you.
assignment,
I'm going to
yes.
remind you that all the time. But I put ones to watch this week for St. Clair. Wasn't favorites or anything like that, but 3 anglers that were in the 50s that were surprisingly there and needed to catch them this week to make the Classic. It was Dakota Ebert, Evan Kung, and Brandon Polinick. All of them right now on Bass Track, I believe, are in the top 21. And so they have done their job from 50th, 54th, and 59th to have a chance for the Classic next week, or next event in 2 weeks.
As soon as you said that, Brandon Polinick popped in with a cull. He's up to 21, 7, and 6th place with about a 4-pound, 5-ounce.
Wow. Have some BP on here tomorrow, maybe.
Well, he was doing great after winning Okeechobee. He was 23rd in points, and then he had those 200th and 80th finishes and fell down in the 50s. I think it was 59th. And now he needs to climb back up, and he's got these last 2 events to do it, and he's doing it now if he gets the top 10 today.
Yeah. No way he was missing 2 Classics in a row. He's gonna
I
make
don't see that happen.
And the last few years, he's been in the Classic cut, and we expect him. He's been one of the transition anglers. He great notoriously on smallmouth fisheries, but now that we've added technology in, others caught up to the skill set of that and being able to catch fish at smallmouth country. Maybe he didn't adjust to it as much, or maybe there were some other struggles involved, but would fall. Him and Jeff Gustafson were in the Classics the last few years and fell out of the cut. And so it's good to see him come to a smallmouth place, need to get a good one, and kind of return to form. Because he almost won here on St. Clair in 2015 when Todd Faircloth won.
Mm-hmm.
Polinick has our second biggest bag on Bass Track of 21.7. McKinney is 21.14.
We got Sands and Fothergill hooked up. Fothergill looks small.
Small.
Sands is still fighting it like it could help.
Might even be a largemouth there. Fothergill had.
Only it's just a
little too skinny to help us, I'm afraid. Yep.
I don't know if that'll make it.
You know who else helped himself this week, Ronnie's Alex Redwine. He came in here 50th in points. Now he's 40th before he just jumped in the top 10 a little bit ago.
He was a part of the TH Marine Pick'em this week. It was Michigan versus Ohio, Pipkins versus Redwine. And I said, I am not making any kind of college football stance by picking Ohio. But I think Redwine will beat Pipkins this week, and Redwine's about to make our top 10.
Always does well on smallmouth.
Bad cast. So hard to do that, man. Friggin' 2 of them, too. Ah, gosh, dang it.
Currently in 18th. Mueller's one of those guys that's not doing bad, but needs just a little bit more today to try to make it into the top 10 tomorrow.
Gosh, dang it.
Now you got a 2.5 to get rid of. Immediate business.
Dang it.
Take a look at Paul Mueller's day. He's had a great career out here. He seems like he's either winning big or he's losing big. He's not one of these, high stakes limit every day guys. Yeah.
Got a good start this morning. Was top our leaderboard for a little while, Paul Mueller.
Kind of goes to show, we talk about Matt Robertson being a risk taker.
Oh, Paul Mueller.
In Mueller's victory at the St. John's, went against the grain and did something, and if he would have collapsed and not won the tournament, we would have said, well, it's because he went way away from everybody else and did something different, but At times it has worked well for him. He was one of the ones who almost beat Chris Johnston in 2020 on the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario, out in the big waves, second place there. Still has the record for the largest smallmouth in B.A.S.S history rate. And what is it, Such? 713?
713, yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Let alone the biggest single-day classic weight.
Yeah, 2015 at Guntersville.
Literally, go big or go home. And he's got to go big these last two so he doesn't go home.
2014.
I'm amazed he's on the bubble to requalify. I'm just amazed just looking at
his first year and this year have been his two worst years on the elites. His first year and his this year. But with this tournament's move, if he does another one, it won't be as worst, and he can have a good showing to end it this season.
Big old waves don't slow Koya down. He's pressing on here.
They are building.
He's all, hats off to him. He's hanging in there. Trey McKinney. It's hard to do.
Few have been able to.
Oh, man. Just under 3 pounds back, 2 pounds, 14 ounces back.
Speaking of hats off, our cameraman looking through that lens with those waves, things rocking around. It's not easy.
Not for the weak of stomach.
Yes.
Not for those susceptible
They do
to
a heck of
motion
a job.
sickness.
Yeah.
They do a great job. A lot of toughness and a lot of real skill, real artful skill to telling a story with a camera.
And more today than any other day of the week so far. This is technically a washing machine.
Oh.
You're going to have it bouncing off all the shores of the bay, plus the wind coming from the south. You're going to be rocking in no consistent direction at all.
Special bunch of folks, and our enduring gratitude goes out to them. Yes. Such a great job. Another gorgeous day here in Michigan, eastern Michigan. Perfect weather. More and more big, fast boats getting out on the water. With each passing minute here, the afternoon is going to be something else at Lake St. Clair. Well, it's already afternoon at Lake St. Clair. And it is something else. Trey McKinney hanging in there, top spot right now. Toyota Fujita falling back just a little bit as it stands right now. The Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. 9 events through this season, started back in February. We're going to wind it up this month of August. Skeeter Boats providing our sponsorship of live coverage today, and we do appreciate that. Plenty of awesome pictures of a fishery that's unlike any other place we ever visit. I mean, it's true, Okeechobee is a big, wide, natural, flat bowl as well, but it just doesn't look like this place. Doesn't fish like it the same way.
It does not. So beautiful.
Get you back out on the water and get back out, check on our leader for sure. Oh, maybe do more than just check on him, Davey.
We're going to Trey McKinney's boat. He's playing that music he did yesterday about this time. No.
The tunes.
Power pole replay of the day music. Just happens to be Trey McKinney, who's got music playing in his boat today. Yes, yes, yes. Power pole replay today. Day 3 leader. That would be day 2 leader and day 1 leader. Trey McKinney at this point unofficially. The leader. We talked about it earlier. He gets to the got to be at least 4 pounds or better to go in the live well faster than anyone else. He might not get his limit before anyone else, But Power Pole replay of the day, Trey McKinney is absolutely doing what you have to do on Lake St. Clair. Just catch a different class of fish day in and day out. He's done that.
Well, guys, it's been a dang good day, but it's just still, you know, it's hard to find those over 4.5, like where I'm at, you know. I don't know where everybody else is fishing, but I think I've pretty much, I did lose one big one, but I don't think I've done anything wrong. I mean, as soon as he ate us at the hook, came off, and then I broke one off, and I thought I just retied, so I don't really know. Kind of uncontrollable stuff has happened today, but really other than that, everything's been good. We've caught a good number of 4-pounders. It's just, man, getting all them 5s is the issue. I mean, we're out here in like, I mean, it's like a dishwasher out here with the boats and giant boats running everywhere. They said there was thousands of this going to this beach thing out here, and it's just all ginormous wave makers. And it makes it a little hard to fish. Honestly, I think it kind of screwed up this area because where they're going, they're running right over it. And the water's all stirred up, and for some reason, every time I pull up here, most of the time they bite. Like yesterday I pulled up here and I thought they were biting like crazy because I caught almost every one that I saw, and now today, heck, I ain't even caught one yet. But we haven't really explored to find new areas. I just feel like, you know, with Tucker coming behind me, I mean, he's an extremely good angler. He caught that 26 pounds, and Logan with 25 pounds. I figured I need to stay in my areas that I knew had giants. I just got to catch them. So I've got 2 big ones, and then all the rest 4.25s, 4.5s. So, I mean, big bag. It's just, I just don't know if it'll keep me in the lead type of thing. So it's a little confusing. You know, we're giving it our all. I knew I didn't have like, this has been way over the standards of what I thought practice was, you know. And I mean, all the same areas I'm fishing is where everybody else was. It's just, I've been able to trick them into biting. So I don't have anything really special of an area or nothing. But we've seen a few good ones today, but definitely not an overly amount, you know. Good day, really good day, but we still haven't caught one truly over 5, so hopefully we can get one of those. That would be sweet. Then we'd have a real big bag. So it's a little, there's one right there. I'll see if he nibbles on the cricket. He ain't big enough. Not big enough. But right now we're just trying to head hunt, trying to find some big ones. And through this stretch, you'll drift the whole thing, but somewhere down it, you always see some big ones. I've seen a few up there, so I don't know if that was the little group of them or what, but hopefully there's still some more on down. After this, we're gonna go hunker for the rest of the day on that area where I've caught the 5s, because I mean, that's where I caught my 2 biggest ones today, so. And that's where I broke that one off and lost that other one that was 4 to 5. Never got to see it, I just, and then it popped off. Didn't do anything wrong, just wasn't meant to be. Ah, look at these boats. It's like riding a mechanical bull out here.
Another thing to add to your efficiency is not casting, not wasting time,
Just
making
saw
a
him do
cast
it.
to a 3-pounder.
Just
A
saw
lot
him
of
do
other
it.
anglers would have taken a minute to 5 to try to get that fish to bite, maybe get it bite, reel it in, you know, just there. He saved himself 3 to 5 minutes. Doesn't even cast.
I'll also say he is not allowed to go to that beach party. I don't think he's old enough to go to the raft off in Macomb Bay, based on what I know happens.
Ooh, that fish is aggressive. That fish has got to bite.
He went straight down there, didn't he?
It did.
Please be big.
He looked big.
Skinny
See,
one.
I can't judge. He looked big, but these guys have a different way of processing information than I do.
there's a lot of things, but two things that jump out because I've got Megalite 2 on my boat. I do this a lot. I'll do some next week. Being able to identify the species and the size, and then the other thing like casting, pitching, flipping, the way I grew up doing it, what you see. I've been in the boat, I fished with Denny Brower multiple times, I fished with Bandit, I fished with some really good guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I think I can hang my hat right with theirs,
yes,
presenting a bait. But doing it, looking at a screen and pitching out, it's a whole different world. And these guys make it look so easy.
Yeah.
I have to okay, it's 2 o'clock, it's 50 feet, and they go flip.
They don't even take their eyes off the screen.
They go
pitch.
They go pitch, and they go pitch, and it's there.
And you see a guy who's used to spinning equipment and finicky smallmouth like Paul Mueller. I missed my cast.
Yeah.
I missed my cast. There's
Because
two there. I
it's a
missed my
different-
cast.
It's a whole different hand-eye coordination.
It's like we saw Smith last year. Robert G putting it on their head 90 feet away. I couldn't put a spot on that floor over there and know that it's 90 feet. But it's just practice makes perfect.
So a buddy of mine about a year and a half ago, when we were talking about learning, getting better with this technology, he said, I was on a lake where they have pole markers, like creosote poles. He said, get 40, 50 feet away from that pole and cast to it.
Yeah.
Well, you can be 3 feet from the pole and still see your bait and see the pole. So you think, I'm there.
That's a different deal.
Exactly what Easton was talking about. You got to land a foot from that pole to make those fish bite off it.
In the waves, first cast.
Yeah.
Don't spook them. People do it at Lanier.
It's like flipping to a willow tree. Flipping to the tree and flipping 3 feet from the tree is two very different things.
Yeah. It's not fighting like a good one. The mark looked good.
Being in the area is one thing.
Maybe it's like a 4.
Making that perfect cast like these guys can do so often is a.
Then that would leave me, with
other way.
I have to catch a 5.5 or something. I think the hardest fighting fish in this lake are 3.5 pounds. I don't know if that's an age class. But the hardest fighting fish are 3.5 pounds. And I haven't seen him yet. Dude, I caught one last time we were here that was 5 that I thought was like a 3.5, and I just kind of rode it off and got to the boat and it was just real thick. He's not big. He's not that big. I mean, he's not bad though. Can't tell. Catch some that are skinny that are 3 1/4. It's probably another 3.5, maybe 3 3/4. I don't know. Oh look, I got my first tag bass. That's cool.
Very cool.
I wonder what they do about that. Do you got to take a number? Should call that in. 0. I might be keeping them, so that's cool, dude. That's my first, and everybody's caught one here. That's a 4-pounder, dude. I'm telling you, it doesn't even look like it. They're just different gene. Cool. All right, that's an easy. I'm gonna put him on this side now, because I know I got to get rid of this one. The old cataract.
4-pounder, get him back in the top 10.
Good deal.
Come on, open up.
A couple guys have posted that this week. I think maybe Logan did. I think Whitaker did. At least yesterday I saw from last night's weigh-ins some tagged fish, and they don't just put the deal in the bag. It's on the ring on the mouth.
4-pounder is what that was for Paul Mueller. Does get him back into the top 10 in 8th place. Check out Bassmaster.com so you can check out the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series presented by Native Watercraft. Got a big tournament coming up late next month. September 27th and 28th at Toledo Bend Reservoir, Hemp Hill, Texas. Big Bass Fest kayak style. Yeah, less than 2 hours for sure for the first flight guys. Coming in on day number 3, Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Big day. You got to be on that list with when the carousel stops turning around. You better be in one of those seats right there. If not, you're going to be down the road, and those 10 will fight it out tomorrow for the 8th Blue Trophy of the year. Boat traffic is, that's one of the milder examples of boat traffic out there.
Yeah, that may have been Thursday.
That is considerably less wake than a cigarette boat for sure. But let's review what we have seen today on day number 3 with our Lou's Midday Report. We'll start it out with Cole Sands, a third-year angler.
Always good. Have a camera in the boat with Cole Sands, a great young angler, super nice, polite guy. Everybody likes Cole Sands. You get to know him. Such a nice guy. Good to see him having a good tournament. The wind has been blowing a little too much. He promised if it got calm, we would see some top water action from him. It has not been calm today. It is Saturday at Lake St. Clair. Good to see Cole Sands having a good tournament. Currently unofficially in 5th place, 63 pounds, 4 ounces.
Looking for his first Elite Series top 10. He's a former college champ from Bryan College, almost won 2 championships there. Gone to the bracket a couple times as well, but 15th is his best career finish on the Elite Series, and that was Smith Lake last year. Also has a few other top 20s. I think this week's going to best all of those.
Here's a college national champ, a high school national champ, and all sorts of other accolades as well. Tucker Smith now with an Elite Series win under his belt, not just any win, one on Lake Fork earlier this season.
Tucker Smith having a good tournament, had a great day yesterday, biggest string of the event so far, 26-2, I think it was yesterday for Tucker Smith. All 5 5-pounders for Tucker Smith yesterday. Said he figured a little something out. Caught a couple of those on one spot, looked at his mapping and saw another place that looked similar, went there and caught 2 more 5+ pounders. The thing that I'm afraid Tucker is figuring out today, these bass will replenish on St. Clair, but it's hard for those 5+ pounders to replenish with 5 pounders.
He's Tucker's sometime fishing partner through the years, Logan Parks, also from Alabama. Having a great tournament here.
Great day yesterday, 25+ pounds yesterday. Not quite as much as Tucker, but a great day yesterday. Having a good day today, been catching fish. Kind of staying all to itself over in a little corner of what looks like Anchor Bay area. Currently in 3rd place, still within reach of Trey McKinney. Anyone in the top 5, I guess top 10 has a chance for sure. Trey McKinney might show that he's human before this tournament's over, but he might not.
I'll say the good thing for guys like Tucker and Logan, everyone has the chance in this field to catch a 25-pound bag. But until you do it, you're not sure you actually can do it. There's hope for guys like Logan and Tucker. If Trey caught 23, I know I can catch 25. I've done it this week. If you're within 2 or 3 pounds on the final day, there's still a realistic chance.
Biggest competition for Trey McKinney so far has been this man right here, Koya Fujita. Down through day 1, 2, and 3, he's been hanging in there, mostly in the top 3 spots.
Yeah, Tommy, you mentioned day 1. We were fortunate enough to have a camera with Koya and with Trey McKinney on day 1, and you could kind of see that these two were probably going to be butting heads all the way through Sunday, and they certainly are doing that. 1st and 2nd place quite a few times throughout the 3 days so far, and I think we'll see them do it again tomorrow. Koya up for the challenge, said I'm looking to catch 26+ pounds tomorrow is what he said yesterday on the weigh-in stage. Hasn't found those bigger fish. Caught a lot of fish, a lot of good quality fish. Very, very few 5-pound+ fish for Koya so far. Kind of similar to Easton Fothergill. A lot of fish, a lot of good solid fish, over 3-pounders, but not many 5-pounders.
And here he is, the man of the hour, the man of every hour fishing pretty much here since we landed in Detroit, Michigan. Trey McKinney.
Yeah, started out day 1, had a 5+ pounder and a 4+ pounder before he even had a limit. So got off to a good start with the right size. And I know I've said it 2 or 3 times already today, but what has separated him is he gets to where his smallest fish is 4 pounds plus. Before noon, he's done it all 3 days. He's the only angler that has been able to do that all 3 days.
One key thing, I don't think he's going to lose confidence, but he feels a little bit of the pressure. He thought maybe yesterday with backing up his 24-11 with a 23-10 day that I might have a little cushion. Tucker coming in with 26. They have cushion over third, but he now knows, and he said it, with Logan dropping 25, Tucker dropping 27, I got to stay in my big fish area longer today. And you hope for an angler that they don't get discouraged. Let's just say these last 2 hours aren't many bites for him or he doesn't upgrade, that it isn't a discouragement for him tomorrow going in, that he still trusts those areas.
We're on schedule to beat that 91 pounds, and very few people thought that, including myself, that we would exceed 91 pounds this year.
Yeah.
Chris Johnston has upgraded. He's moved up from 24th to 19th. He's got a little more than 19 pounds today. So he went into today just back of Trey McKinney, 13. So now he's cut it under 10. So we will have a showdown at the Mississippi River.
What are your thoughts about Chris Johnston vis-a-vis the Mississippi River, David?
You know, Trey's been very impressive in the 2 years we've had him on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But, so the Johnsons, but I've just seen the Johnsons, they're in their wheelhouse with the Mississippi River type scenario. Shallow vegetation, a little bit of offshore stuff, but that, to me, what I know about Chris and Corey versus Trey, that is their wheelhouse a little bit more than Trey. You can't count Trey out anywhere, but you think about places that are similar to the Mississippi as far as the upper Mississippi, as far as vegetation, depth, current. St. John's comes to my mind more than any other place this year's schedule, and we know what happened to Trey there.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't go there top 5, but really and truly looking at it, it's more in favor of Chris.
In
We've seen the Johnston's wheel and deal down there too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In 2022 Elite at La Crosse, Chris Johnston was second to Brian Schmidt.
Yeah, we thought when the show ended, Chris won.
Right.
We did a wrap up thinking Chris won, and
4 ounce difference.
Yeah. And Brian
frogging, punching, you know. It's the way they grew up fishing.
Yeah.
I'll give you this. Dating back to 2023 at the Sabine River. From that final day on, Chris Johnston has had one finish worse than 33rd. Since
what's that date again?
2023 at the Sabine River. So halfway through the season in 2023 till now, he's had one finish worse than 33rd, and that was a 57th at Wheeler last year. So that is one missed check, but it's not even a missed check. It's not being, you're in the top 30. He had a 33rd and a 57th. Like,
that's really amazing.
Yeah.
You cannot stump him.
That is.
Yeah, and Chris is, unless the wheels will come off now, he's going to have a good tournament by all the way we measure bass tournaments, fishing the elites.
Oh, sure.
You top 20, that's a good tournament. But Trey
that's 22 elite events and classics with one finish worse than 40th, we'll just say.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
He's having a bad tournament versus his record in the last 3 years, Northern Swings. I mean, you know, he's averaging about 6th place in all of those, and that's with a 1 in the 20s already.
That's what makes it so dangerous. Was at the St. Lawrence last year. He had fallen out and was like 4th in AOI, but 3rd and 2nd really didn't have a chance to win because they were maxed out points-wise and still didn't have the lead, but he was 31st. And we're like, that's a lot of points he can jump up. He goes and ties for the biggest bag ever of all smallmouth. to get in the top 10, moved up 2 more spots, and he wins by, 5 or 6 points instead of being 30-something points back.
And Chris and Corey bring their A game. When you look at their finishes, they don't have a bad tournament. But it's just like last year when he had that slow day 1. When their back kind of gets against the wall, look out.
Yeah.
They turn it up to another.
They bring all the resources to bear on the problem, for sure.
Chris is kind of on par with what he's done here before the last Elite in 2023. He was 26th. 2020, he was 6th here at St. Clair.
I'm, for one, really surprised to see Corey Johnston sitting at 10 pounds for today, or 10 and a half. Ooh, that's very surprising.
Yeah, that's. I'll have to watch the weigh-in. I believe that when I see only 10 pounds in the scales.
Yeah, there's possibility of disinformation in there somehow. Oh, out on the water, having some fun. Big action on Lake St. Clair today, and it will be till the summer is over, which according to Zona is just in a matter of hours. We'll be right back. Pushing forward into the afternoon, deep into the afternoon at this point right now at the Yokohama type Bassmaster Elite. Fantastic Lake St. Clair situated between Huron and Erie. Detroit, Michigan, Trey McKinney, as you can see, hanging onto that lead. In fact, recent hour, he's expanded on it a little bit, getting a little more traction on Shoya Fujita and the rest of our top 10. There have been a few drop out of the top 10 and a few come up to take their place. During the course of the afternoon, you just got to be there at the end. Weigh-in is settled. Let's get out to Tucker Smith. I think we've got some footage to show you from a little bit earlier today. That's a bad signal at the moment. We're able to repeat it, though.
Oh, no. No. Mine's probably messed up.
All 5-pounders yesterday. Maybe this is one close to that.
Watch out.
Pretty decent.
Pretty decent.
I'm giving him a lot of respect here. Not trying to force it.
There we go. That's a good one. Hey, we got one.
Yeah. Might not be a 5, but it's 4+. Oh, it's a little bigger there.
Yeah.
Got it in the trolling motor, everywhere.
All right, well, that one went in as a 4-pounder, apparently.
All right. Yeah, I wasn't working for me out there on the lake too good. I caught a limit and then went to some places that I caught some big ones yesterday. And I don't know if it was just too rough or what it was, maybe the wind direction or something. Maybe the bait was blown out of there, but just wasn't going on. And then ended up coming in here to Anchor Bay for the last couple hours and ended up catching a 4-pounder, 1/4. So pumped about that. We need a couple 5-pounders to make it interesting, but I'm blessed to have what I got so far with the way that the morning went. But we got some time left, so maybe we can get a couple more big ones and then try to catch us 20 pounds.
Definitely got some time left.
Yeah, some room to grow. He's got 3 3-pounders and a 3 1/4. He can upgrade on there.
Unfortunate that the 2 areas that he caught those 5+ pounders yesterday have not worked out for him at all today. The wind direction, just from the southeast to straight south or a little southwest, totally changes what the current will do in this lake.
We're out here at the entrance of Anchor Bay, running a few isolated boulders and things I found in practice that had a couple fish on them. Been a struggle so far today. Big fish hole didn't reload very well, and the ones that we did hook, we got 3 of the 5 in the boat, so about to run back over there where we started. There's a lot of big fish swimming around. They're just hard to catch. Probably end our day over there. Feel like we're only, obviously a couple bites away from at least staying in the top 10, which I'd like to do, but got some work to do if we want to take the lead. It's been a grind though. It has not been like yesterday for sure, but that's okay. The boats are out and about too, my goodness. It's just making it a little difficult. Just ran way out into the lake to fish a little sneaky place I found in practice, a little rock pile, and there was somebody fishing it, which is okay. It's a public lake, but it's just unfortunate we wasted a lot of time running all the way out here just to fish something that's been worked on all day already. But yeah, it's definitely affecting my ability to stand up here. Some absolute rollers from these yachts.
Timothy Doobie with a 4-pounder gets over 20 pounds on the day. He's up to 17th place. He's trying to requalify, and he'll probably climb 15, 20 points today.
Getting denied a lot on the bait. We got some good ones. We got 1 3-pounder we got to get rid of. And if we can do that, I think we'll fish tomorrow. Seems to be pretty trying today. If something don't happen.
Are they bullhorning my man there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Like Detroit. Think you getting some balancing lessons today? Oh, yeah. we might go back to the basin if we can't get these suckers to bite. I literally got big ones all around here. They just are not wanting to cooperate.
There's a few Detroit River boat tour guys that are known as Ruckus Bunch to keep their groups entertained, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, I'd head out there too if you want
Look
to keep
how
people
big
entertained.
that boat is in the background on the horizon and how far away that is. That is a giant boat back there.
That is huge. Well, we started the day with this man here, Matt Robertson. Did a good job of getting us going on day number 3 here. Caught a decent one to start. Right there. I mean, that was right off the bat, and then followed it up big time.
Yeah, he really did. We appreciate him catching those fish when the light was just perfect for our cameras.
Yes.
Sunrise. Not as many boats out on Lake St. Clair this morning when Matt Robertson was getting it done. Not as many bullhorns in the area either. Got off to a good start. His best start so far of this tournament. Day 1, he started in Anchor Bay, catching a few fish around a lot of other boats. He said, I'm going out to this area, basically in the middle of the lake, close to the U.S.-Canadian border there, around the shipping channel. And he stayed out there basically the entire tournament since the first couple hours of day 1. And been a little slow for him yesterday and this afternoon, but he got off to a good start this morning. Been slow and steady. Seems to be a little better class of fish. He's not catching as many as some of these other anglers, but a lot of 3.5 to 4 pounders for Matt Robertson.
Yes. Best tournament all year by far, by a long shot. Trey McKinney, seems like they're all good for him, and he is having a great one here on St. Clair. Going to be definitely busting over 90 pounds, and who knows how much farther than that he can go before this thing is over with tomorrow on Championship Sunday. We'll be here with you for that. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, the Yokohama Tire Elite. Coming to you from Lake St. Clair here. Our live coverage presented by Skeeter. All week long, we've been able to show some incredible shots. This clear water affords us a great look at the bottom and all its intricacies and nuances all over the lake here. It's been a real education and just a beautiful place to take in. Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year points. Bassmaster Rookie of the Year is very important. So many of these guys make it to the Classic every year from out of that rookie class anymore in this day and age. And Paul Marks just kind of hanging on by his fingernails right now to that lead. He had a little bit of a stumble here, that's for sure. Lake St. Clair did not deliver big time for him, and Tucker Smith has taken advantage of that. But Paul Marks, so you said, Ronnie, don't count him out.
Yeah.
He's got a good experience at our final spot.
He got all 3 of our guys. He got a top 10. Easy Fothergill got 12, and Tucker got 19.
Let's get back out to Tucker. Tucker just hasn't been able to get the big one, the 4s and 5s in the boat. Sitting right now at 16.25 pounds. But all in all, a great year. Anytime you're a rookie and you can win on Lake Fork, I think you'd count that a good year. No doubt about that.
It's becoming a trend.
2025 has been great for Tucker Smith.
So many of our Elite Series pros have so much experience on Lake Fork. For Tucker to go there as a rookie and win, quite impressive.
You got tuned up for it at Lake Hartwell, coming in 2nd place.
It's his favorite lake, he calls.
Is that right? He calls that his favorite lake?
And
He's
he
an Alabama guy.
He once had the Lake Hartwell state lake record for spotted bass at Hartwell, and so that wasn't a shock. And then Fork, man, he had to come back and to take that win over Paul Marks, his roommate, and Kiyoya Fujita.
That is not the 2nd place trophy.
No.
That's the winning trophy
That's
for
a
sure.
nice
Nice
second
second place
place
trophy.
You should see the first one.
Yes. Oh, good season right there, really. It's a misstep at Sabine. Didn't see that coming.
Yep.
Lake Okeechobee was just kind of tough all around unless you're in the right spot. A lot of people struggle down there, at least one or both of the locations in Florida. But other than that, it has been
Really topsy-turvy. I'll say the rookie class is very strong, but it wasn't nearly as strong as last year's class in terms of ability to slip. Each of our rookies, Easton's had 2 bad ones, Paul's had a couple bad ones. Tucker, obviously, with that standing there, has 3 worse than 60th. Like, there's been abilities to slip, but man, they can still reach so high and win events. It's not even funny how close they can get.
Is he hooked up?
Oh gosh, that's actually pretty big, I think.
Said he had two big ones, but wouldn't go as far as calling them 5s. But then he said the rest were 4.5 or 4 1/4. So we'll decipher that as.
So the smallest one is 4.3, 4.4-ish.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think this fish is bigger than that. Too close.
Not bad one. Just like this. Gosh dang it. I think he's gonna help.
Hard to find a calm place in a bass boat on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
Lake St. Clair and all.
It is the washing machine, isn't it?
Red.
Gonna help.
Oh, he's been getting rid of purple all day. Now he's getting rid of red.
Hang on. Let's see.
What that tells me, Davey, is he's been replacing purple with other fish that are still his smallest for the day. Now he's going to reach up and grab one that hadn't been culled because it's on the red marker. So it's one that's been in there a little bit.
Yeah, that's a pretty one. Very pleased with that one. I think this is our victim that we gotta let go. Whew.
Let us see at least what size this one is, Trey.
Why is my spotlight not? I guess the
We
waves
heard
are
you,
all
they
over the
turned
place.
away from you immediately, David.
You gonna turn the tunes up?
Now, when I talked to him last
And
night, he
turn
said, we asked him a question, he'll answer. So, what is the weight of your smallest one that you're releasing,
Come on,
Trey?
dude.
Honestly.
Yeah, once it's gone, it doesn't matter, right?
Right. Yeah.
4.5. Okay, so as of right now, this one goes, but we're gonna weigh yellow, just in case.
So I'll give him credit. He does have 2 that might be close because red is a 4.5, maybe not a 4.3.
Can I say this one?
And then yellow, probably close to 4.5 if he's going to weigh it.
Open your dang mouth.
I think the biggest skew possibility with his weight, though, isn't the 4.5s and 4.4s here. It's the, does he have a 4.12 or has he hit 5 pounds for one of them yet?
Right now, his bass track reads
I know,
1
I know,
4.12, 4 fish
I'm
that go
at
4.5.
I want you just to walk and make my life easier. Golly, come on. course. 4 or 5. Unbelievable. Both of them.
What's the weight of the one you just let go, David Knight?
Well, the one I'm trying to let go is 4 or 5.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Releasing a 4 or 5.
Tells us something.
And normally, Davey, how are you, everyone's different, but if you have a 4 or 5 and you catch a 4 or 5, do you cull it out or do you just keep the one that you've had? You know what I'm saying? Like some guys will keep the fresher fish, but me, you quickly grab that one. I feel like that other one might be 4.8 or something. Like it was significantly bigger, enough to cull.
Parks hooked up here.
Yeah, that's a big one.
We really want a 4+.
That's a big
point in the game, yeah.
I say that. Sometimes they fool you, but I got a good...
Stay on there, baby.
Look at that one. It looked like a big one.
Please stay on.
Definitely bigger than 215.
Was it Paul Mueller said the biggest pullers in the lake are the 3.5s? I don't know. That may be...
Yes, I think that's relative to where you're at, the age, the class.
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Strongest athletes.
Yeah.
Not necessarily your biggest,
Let's
right?
freaking
Or your
go,
oldest.
dude.
Yeah, they're your
We gotta
healthiest.
get in the boat, get it in the boat.
There you go.
That's what we need.
That's what he was looking for.
Big upgrade there.
Nice.
I freaking grabbed that thing like a football, because it is. That's a dang tank one right there. That will upgrade us nicely. Almost a 5-pounder. 4 3/4. Let's go, dude. Let's freaking go.
We'll say a 2-pound upgrade. That is gold on this lake.
Oh, yeah. He is going to jump right over Tucker Smith, maybe even get up there with Kyoya Fujita.
Now, Logan almost landed a 5-pounder.
The blue one.
In 52 seconds, and it took him 19 minutes to land a 3.5 on a jerk bait earlier.
Come on.
Depends on how hungry you are.
Come on, baby. Where the heck is he?
I don't went out the drain plug.
Trade a 5 for a 3, or the other way around? I'll take it.
Yeah, that's an upgrade.
Good upgrade there for Logan Parks.
Man, oh man, his mood brightened up considerably right there, and for good reason. Logan Parks tucking in right behind Kyoya Fujita in 3rd place now. Everybody, of course, trying the best they can to keep up with our leader, Trey McKinney, but Logan Parks. And a few people have come up into the top 10 from outside to start the day. That'd be Alex Redwine, Brandon Polinick. That's about it for right now. So the top 10, by and large, have held serve throughout today, but we're not done yet. Less than an hour's time fishing for our first flight. Group of 25, the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. This day has gone by very quickly. And the verdict from this day will be pretty severe. Only 10 of the 50 anglers are going to get to stay on. The rest are done here on St. Clair, which I would hate to be. I would love to stay and fish another day if there was just some way to make it happen, because it has been absolutely tremendous. Let's get out to Tucker Smith, still looking, need a big one or two.
Timothy Doobie's trying. He caught his 5th fish over 4 pounds. He's up to 21, 7, 13th place. Tying Brandon Pollock for the 2nd best bag behind Trey McKinney's 22.
Tucker Smith's plan A and B didn't work out for him, but he's saying, hey, I know a few spots in Anchor Bay myself.
Yeah.
Caught a good one a few minutes ago. Hooked up again.
You don't want to come in the boat, I'll tell you that much. They're like little sharks with their fins when they swim by. They're cool looking. Ooh. Might help the cause. Oh, don't hook right there, don't hook right there. Some pliers. All right. Helps a little bit.
Smallest fish for Tucker was 3 pounds.
I wish that 4 pounder I caught had a gut on him.
Got to take back third.
Oh, that did give him the lead back?
Amazing.
All right.
It was 8 ounce upgrade. He was 6 ounces behind Logan Clark's.
Thank you, Lord.
So you're saying that when Logan tucked up ahead of Tucker, that he can't stay parked there all day because Tucker may
retuck
him? Yeah.
Park ahead of him.
Another good one. I don't know how good, but let's find out. I don't think she's anywhere near being ready. Come here. Come here, sweetheart. Another good one. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Be over 4. Let's go, dude. 4 1/4. Let's freaking go. That's awesome. Man. A little late day rally. Crunch time, baby. Making it happen in crunch time. That's the best time to make it happen.
The bite's picking back up, Davey. 4-5 from Matty Wong. JT Tompkins a 4-1. Jordan Lee a 4. Cody Meyer 4 pounder, up along with the guys we've been seeing here. There's a lot more fish catches coming in right now.
That's great. Logan and Tucker aren't the only two that are making upgrades in the afternoon.
Have a nice day. Pleasure doing business with you. Let's catch some more. That was another nice upgrade. That was a 3 1/2 pounder called out for a 4 1/4. We're definitely fishing tomorrow now. Let's go, top 10, baby. God, dude, that feels so good. I feel like John Garrett saying that, but I've been working my tail off all day, running all over this place, knocking bolts out left and right, trying to catch a bass. We just had to let them sit for a minute and come back. They're biting now.
Maybe we catch us a big one. Seen 2, caught 2. That's a good ratio so far. Do what? Yeah. Probably, I think I have 21 and a half now. Yeah. Okay, cool.
A little bit driving.
That's the update. Taku, a little bit driving, so we'll see him when he gets to where he's done driving.
That was kind of a fake move. We faked him off.
Now, if Easton does a little bit driving, he might be going to the ramp because it's right there, so we're not, hopefully there's not a little bit of driving for him.
His 3 events here, Ito has never missed a top 10. Right now, he's 2 pounds out of it, less than 2 pounds out of it. And he's got 3 fish
The wind definitely
under
creates
4
an extra
pounds,
dynamic to it.
including 2 3-0s, so he could easily call.
You know, it's a lot
one
harder
fish.
for me to tell size. I can't pick out the 4 to 5 pounders like I could the last couple days. But, and yeah, it just makes it harder to do everything in general, but just makes boat positioning that much more important. And yeah, I just want 2 5-pounders would be nice.
Real good one there. about
Pound and
33
3/4 cull
feet away.
each, so that's the goal here in the last couple.
Yeah. Well, I thought he did.
He did. Dropped it back down. Now it's 2 of them after it. He's definitely a hook up on one of these.
Surely one of them.
Oh. He popped it, went back down. Are you kidding me? They're even getting tough for us to catch here from studio. So much pressure.
For sure you thought one of those 2
Yeah.
would come away with.
There's a prime suspect at 40 feet. He's behind him. There he goes
Going
back.
after
God. I think we're fishing behind Trey McKinney right now. I thought both of those.
The explanation.
I thought both of those fish were going to bite. You say that, you know, joking, obviously, but 3 days of round and round Anchor Bay, even though it is 90 square miles, some of these 4-pounders you're throwing at just got released.
Yeah.
Maybe 10 minutes ago.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. A little bit shy.
Yeah. I'm not saying from the live release, the Yamaha live release boat. I'm talking about was on the purple tag in Trey McKinney's boat about 30 minutes ago. There we go. Dropping down in front of that one at 30. Another cast.
All right. Eastern Fothergill and all the rest moving on there. Logan Parks moving forward in a big way. Wonderful last 30 minutes for the young man from Alabama there, but Trey McKinney still stands head and shoulders above the crowd at this point in time. It's a little about 3/4 of an hour for our first flighters to get something done to change their fortunes on this third day. The main thing is be in the top 10. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. Yokohama Tire Elite is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Well, some of our first flighters are on their way in. And
Tommy, that means with the first flight of anglers checking in just a minute, we don't have that many days left in the season. 5 days left, only 2 guaranteed days for anglers, and that's day 1 and day 2 of our next event in La Crosse, Wisconsin. I'm here at the Pro Guide Battery Screen and Knowledge talking about some classic moves. Now we've had we will have 9 Elite Series events this season. This is the 8th stop, 1 more to go. But let's take a turn back to the Sabine River. After the Sabine, before 10 killers, so after the 6th event of the year, this is where a couple anglers were in the points race. Dakota Ebert was 67th. Pat Schlopper had just won the Sabine and moved up to 56th. And Andrew Loberg was 78th. Different positionings and different reasons of importance for their moves up towards the Classic line. After yesterday, Dakota Ebert is into the Classic in 41st. Pat Schlopper also into the Classic in 43rd. And Andrew Loberg digging himself out of an early season hole. We talk about Easton Fothergill being bad at the beginning of the year. He had 102nd, an 88th, and an 87th after 3 events. He was the guy basically dead last in points, and he has clawed his way back. So after his win, after Schlopper's win at Sabine, made a big move, and now he is continuing that move after 10 killer and now St. Clair. In the middle of this, 78th after Sabine, he got a 2nd place finish at 10 killer, helping propel him here. If Loberg gets a top 20 this week, it'll be 4 top 20s out of the last 5 events for him. Meanwhile, Dakota Ebert, not really a bad season. A lot of finishes in the 40s to 60s, nothing of high expectation. This week, though, popping a top 15 currently helps him out big time. So we're talking about the positive spin on the Classic moves, guys from lower down making the move up. Next week, next event, guys, we'll talk about the negatives and the guys who were in the Classic safely 2 events ago and maybe have fallen out next week. So we'll keep an eye on that.
much less fun to talk about that.
Yes. Well, I don't know. Depends on how you look at it.
Well, yeah, if you're one of the guys on the right side. Yeah. Still good news.
Call me a buzzkill if I did that, Rennie.
Hey, winning doesn't mean nearly as much if you haven't lost yet. It gives you perspective, and
That's
so
right. Builds character.
Davies made the Classic, you know, being out, making it in the last event, and he's probably been in the Classic and fallen out last event in his career. So every day means something perspective-wise.
I've definitely fallen out in the last event. I remember those.
Whoa. Wow. Man, that's
I don't know.
Bold. Got a couple of 315s.
You know, there's a couple of things with a boat flipping a fish. And one is your line could break when you think that they would be using fairly light line, but that hasn't happened. But the other thing is a small hook, flexing the hook and that hook opening up and those fish falling out. And he's not worried about that either. I mean, he's obviously using a pretty stout hook.
He must be. He's got the
Got a light
big
wire.
gauge line and a stout
Big gauge
hook.
hook.
Yeah. I think that one helped him.
Get a shot of him. It's a 3.5, 3 3/4, probably 3 3/4.
Oh yeah.
Just swing him. Oh yeah. I hear you.
I'm not going to get down on the pigs level and start wrestling there.
No. Covering water. saw one and made a cast to it.
Very big and smart.
All right. Got one going down on my drop shot.
Also important to note with the 3 guys on the screen of knowledge there.
And he didn't bite it.
Eber,
just like
Schlapper,
most
and
of them.
Loberg. Eber and Loberg got 42nd and 44th in the Open last year,
out
so
here,
out of 250
looking around.
boats, that's good.
I caught some
And Schlapper's in his home state on a familiar fishery. Got to be confidence knowing you had decent finishes and a lot of history going into that place.
It's got to help to have been at a place the year before, too. I mean, everything's much fresher in your mind.
Yeah, especially for the learning curve. We want to think about how technology has maybe helped the young guys. Well, Davey Height, it's probably been good for the older guys to have visited places multiple times and have that history of that compared to going blind. And so you said it, guys like Trey McKinney practicing Lake Michigan to get familiar with like a St. Clair type of tournament, going to pools on the Mississippi River up or down to get ready for it as well. And so just homework in different forms.
Schlapper was telling me when I spoke with him that if he wasn't Classic qualified, he was going to go for the win on the Mississippi River. We got a Classic berth winning in there.
Right.
But he says if he's like, and he's climbed in the upper 30s now in AOI points inside the Classic cut, so he may decide to play it safe now.
Yeah, but I don't like that because
No,
you've been.
well-
It's the same thing. You play the whole game to win, to catch up. You finally catch up, then you go conservative
fall
and
back.
you lose. No, he's been going all out these last 3 events. I encourage him to just keep the course of intensity at least.
Decide what he decides, right? He said he was going to reassess after St. Clair.
Now, going for it doesn't mean lock up, Davey, or lock down, because that might be, instead of going for the win, you might be going for the bottom if you get stuck. But
I think in an Open with 175 boats, there's more reason to get away from the crowd.
It's never been won in another pool, right?
Right.
I don't think it's ever been won in 7 or 9. It's always been won in lacrosse pool.
Been some really good finishes in 7 and 9, but you might be right.
Yeah, I know.
The barge traffic, though, isn't as bad. Well, it won't be early. It'll be 3rd week in August, but I think that Open was September, wasn't it, last year? The later it gets, more September should get some more barge traffic shipping those.
Oh yeah, the beans and
corn and beans
yeah.
and stuff.
It was September 12th.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, September gets a lot of barge traffic. It's more than mid-August, I would say.
Yeah.
But it only takes one. I mean.
Yeah.
But if goose hunting was involved, it was the last event of the year. Most likely, that's a good way to look at it.
Jordan Lee with a couple nice catches in the last 20, 30 minutes. 310 and a 410's up to 13th place. He's already Classic qualified, so he's knocking back people like Timothy Doobie and Pat Schlapper, Evan Kahn.
You're saying we could have 3 Auburn anglers in our top 10 tomorrow?
No good.
Bowman and Zona there. That's my favorite joke.
I feel like jet ski is much more of a Dalton Tumblin, Chase Sansom, Kyle Jesse vibe, yeah.
They'll be happy to hear that, Ronnie.
Yeah. They're working though.
Yeah.
That's why you
I think
assume
they
that's why I said it was
probably, they probably got their photo gallery sent in for the day.
They're probably listening in the van.
That could have been, that honestly could have been Pete Robbins and Steve Wright too. You just don't know. They have nothing to write about yet until they come in, so.
You couldn't pry Stevie Wright on the back of one of those jet skis on Lake St. Clair. You could pry his hands off of the boat dock and put him on that jet ski.
Have to blindfold him and knock him out. You get him
Wes Miller would off an airboat down in Florida, I think.
Hey, 2 weeks from now, 4 more days of fishing on the Mississippi River, the upper Mississippi, La Crosse, Wisconsin, August 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And that 24th will be the last day of school, the final day of competition. The Bassmaster Elite Series 2026. So mark it down. Don't miss it. 50 anglers out there today on Lake St. Clair at the Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite. Day number 3, the all-important day number 3. At this point in the day, several of them from, well, group number 1, flight number 1, are on their way in, because that weigh-in starts in about 40 minutes time here, a little less than that, as a matter of fact. Trey McKinney hanging on to that lead big time right there, Kuya Fujita. Doing his best to keep pace with him. That's a tall order, no matter where you go in this country, it would seem. Logan Parks put on a big surge at the latter part of his day number 3. And fun to watch that. Tucker Smith and Cole Sands rounding out our top 5. We've got Brandon Pike moving up from outside.
Even if these are wrong, we think maybe Trey McKinney is closer to 72 than 71. And if Kiyoya, let's just say if Kiyoya Fujita's at 70, a 2-pound lead from first to second. Last year it was 1 pound from first to fifth.
Wow.
I mean, that's a big lead here.
Well, we've counted and recounted the votes for Marathon Peak Performance, and it keeps coming up the same thing, Davey Hyde.
Yeah. It's been the Trey McKinney show. It really has. He's been leading since unofficially on Bass Track. About mid-morning on Thursday, day 1 of this event. So Marathon Peak Performance, day 3 has to be, once again, Trey McKinney. Today's weight, unofficially 2211, might be a little more than that, but here's the big key. We've talked about it over and over again, or I certainly have. His smallest fish being over 4 pounds every day by about noon. He's looking to upgrade, and he's always looking. And even we've seen Logan Parks make this big move this afternoon. Late in the day, he's culling a 2 3/4. Trey McKinney, Marathon Peak Performance, has been culling 4+ pounders in the afternoon for 3 straight days.
That being said, let's get out to Trey McKinney.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Might have another peak performance here.
Would not be surprised.
It's a big one, I think.
Starting to learn his playlist. Mr. Good Time always coming around just a little bit more weigh-in.
I don't know. It looks big. Yeah, it's big. It's real big. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that is a big one.
Come on, baby. She's look good, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Fat.
Holy
cow. Against the grab her lips. There we go.
5 pounds.
Yeah. Okay. Oof. Oof. That's right. Yes, sir. That's a big one.
It's time for a good time, baby.
Oh.
Been working all week. Don't want to go to sleep, just wants to have fun.
Not here for a long time.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now we just gotta find out which one goes.
I think it's yellow. 4.6.
We got some freaking banging stuff.
4.6.
Yeah.
Huh? Right at it.
Right there.
Right at it. Oh, that was good. That was real good. I needed that a lot. What do I need? So
need is a funny word.
Yeah.
Need is a funny
You
word.
have no idea, Trey McKinney, how bad some people need a 5-pounder.
it's not that one.
More than you.
That one, their terminal weighs almost 8.
We like the 4.5s he's throwing back.
This is our smallest one. Woo!
4.5, 4.6. He's gonna release.
Seven.
If he had nothing but 4.5s daily height, he would have 21 pounds, 9 ounces. That's his smallest. He's over 23. Like he's right where he's been, 24.11, 23.10. He is somewhere around that 23.
23.10?
Yeah.
23.
This might be his worst day of the week, and it's going to be by an ounce or two.
Much 8. I know, if it was fat, it would be huge. Okay, that one's huge. That one's big. That's the only 2 on that side.
Okay, we got 2 on one side. One's huge, the other one's big. That one's big.
Oh, okay. I was about to freak out. I didn't see the other one. Whew. That's close. I don't know what this one is.
Well, you accidentally throw one back, still has 20 pounds with 4 fish.
Yeah, that's, don't jinx him.
Not him. Not him. Not him.
It's a good problem.
Keep the cold clips on because they like freak out.
Yeah. Whatever shall I do?
Guess I gotta throw back one of these big ones.
Yeah.
This one's gotta go.
That's it. Mm-hmm. That's the 4.7.
The pipsqueak.
Brandon, get him to tell us what this one weighs. Throw it back. $4.7.
Yeah, this one's going. Just cold a 4.5 pounder.
4.8.
I like that. Back in the drink he went. Oh, he's jumping. Oh! He's like, suck this.
Get you some.
Okay. Well, that's why we came here back. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, now I'm not as nervous. I was kind of getting down in dumps.
Understandably.
5,
Getting
4.5
down in
is
dumps,
22.5. So you know how he just threw back a 4.5.
Nothing enhances a boot scooting good time like a half-pound cull, I would say that.
When you're already leading and you're already going to hit marks unseen on this fishery.
Not big.
He doesn't know, Ron. He started the day 4 ounces ahead of Tucker Smith.
But mean.
Tucker Smith could have another 26 as far as he knows.
Brand new minnow. Already messed up now.
Logan's made a really good surge this afternoon. Kioy has had a solid tournament. Tucker Smith, 26 pounds yesterday, solid.
Where were those this morning?
That's crazy.
They're all also
I've
rams.
been taking a few of those to fill my limit.
Nice fish coming across Bass Track. Jordan Lee at 4-0. Jamie Hartman, he's over 20 pounds at 4-5. Jonathan Kelly, 4-0. Caleb Summerall, 4-4.
All of those are smaller than the one he just called.
Yeah. That's why he's leading by 4.5 pounds.
Exactly.
Boy, after the first couple of days, you thought, man, this one's coming right down to the wire. I'm not so sure now. I have my doubts that it could go a few different ways, but it doesn't look like it's headed to a photo finish. But we'll see. Stranger things have happened. We'll just put it that way for you. The Yokohama Tire Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. We will see what happens as we launch into day number 4, but the big deal is top 10. And that'll be solved soon enough. '25 Yokohama Tires Bassmaster Elite at Lake St. Clair. Live coverage presented by Skeeter all week long. We'll be doing so again tomorrow. We thank them for that. We had 10 boats today, 10 anglers with all day long, and we knew there'd be more fish catching today, and yes, there was. I mean, it's been nonstop, absolutely nonstop. The elephant in the room, the main story. Trey McKinney and Davey and Ronnie, we've seen big bass specialists. We've known them, flipping experts, ledge cranking gurus, finesse ninjas, and slide fishing geniuses and art. But one thing about Trey McKinney that strikes me, I've never seen an angler operate the week. I've never seen an angler do less taking small fish off. He just does not catch small fish. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like, even close.
Yeah, I mean, to be a successful tournament angler, you have to target those bigger fish. We talk about it everywhere we go, but especially here on Lake St. Clair. You are wasting your time catching 3-pounders or less. Now, the technology that he has and is very, very good with, obviously he can identify, but he's not the only one. There are a lot of guys that can tell a 2-pounder from a 4-pounder. Most of the Elite Series pros can do that, but you're right. He targets those bigger fish. He started this tournament out Thursday morning with a 5-pounder and a 4+ pounder, and that's what he's been able to do. He's not catching the most fish, but he's definitely catching the better quality fish.
And Easton Fothergill, even as good as Easton Fothergill has spent a lot more time on smaller fish today. It's just something special about Trey. Maybe it's just this week, maybe it's just the situation, I don't know.
Well, I think that we talked about it the last few days, like this younger generation that has grown up fishing and now has embraced the technology quickly. They are now being more efficient and working harder at it than we've ever seen maybe a group of anglers all at the same time. So all of a sudden, instead of one guy standing out from the pack, it's the same 5 to 10 guys who have a shot at top 20s every week. And like you said, it's different than I see a 2-pounder on my graph, I'm going to cast or not, and that's just a decision. But we see them zigzagging and on the trolling motor, not taking a drink, not break, like they're going for 8 hours efficiently and maximizing their time. And then when they catch them, they don't lose them. We're not seeing people lose them tremendously. And so it's just efficiency meets hard work and persistence for 8 hours every day. You're seeing some of these guys that are taking no prisoners. Absolutely.
For him to be so young, it even adds to it how he can just pass up a 2 or a 3-pounder. Back when I fished, the sight fishing was during the spawn. Yeah. And even though you knew whatever the lake may be, you shouldn't waste your time catching a 3-pounder on the bed because you need 4-pounders. It's hard to resist that if you've only got 1 in a live well or 0 in a live well. I'll spend 5 minutes putting this 3-pounder in there. I probably won't need it. He's able at 20 years old to pass up 3-pounders when he doesn't have but maybe one fish or any fish in the live well. That's easier said than done with so much pressure on the line, whether it's just a regular Elite Series tournament or the Angler of the Year on the line for him this week. That's tough to do at 20 years old. It really is.
Such, what if I were to ask you?
Don't bother asking any question. I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
Okay, all right. Have at it. Go.
I was so wrong. Last year, he got 5 of those big checks for leading AOY and a $1,000 bonus. I said he was going to take down his Taylor Swift posters and put them on his room, but I guess he's going to take his Alan Jackson. He's going to leave here with another check next week at Mississippi River and see if he can hold on and fend off Chris Johnston, Fujita, and Jay Securit and take home the big trophy to put in his new trophy room that's growing.
Tommy.
That's the answer I was looking for.
We've been
right?
working all
Taylor
week.
Swift, Alan Jackson, Toya Fujita.
Okay.
Here for a good time.
Yeah, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time.
I was clever when I said Taylor Swift last year, but that's not in his realm, is it?
No.
According to Mark Zona, that's the only thing that could derail his career is
right, girlfriend. Get him a
attention
girlfriend
from females.
A Mrs. Good Time.
Yeah.
Instead of a Mr. Good Time. Just hanging out with Alan Jackson. Tunes. Tucker's having a good tournament. He's hung in there in the top 10, but I can sense the disappointment after having the 26-pound day yesterday. 5 5-pounders he brought to the scales. This is the Lake St. Clair that we have come to know and to love.
Yeah.
20 plus pounds, 26 pounds yesterday. Today, can't catch a fish there over 3 pounds. It's just typical Lake St. Clair.
You got to go to 34th place to find somebody as low of total weight today as Tucker Smith.
I've been working all week. I don't want to sleep. It's time for a good time, okay?
What you want?
Going to have a good time starting about 3:10 p.m. That's Eastern time. That's local time on Lake St. Clair. That's when the weigh-in starts and all the attendant fun of that. Got to send 50. The bad part is I got to send 40 anglers down the road. Dave Mercer never looks forward to that, but at the end of it all, you definitely want to check in and see who's going to be participating. Championship Sunday on Lake St. Clair.
Some guys making their first top 10s. Some guys like Logan Parks. It's always nice when you make a top 10, Davey, of an event that your sponsor is sponsoring this way. That's always great. You're like, oh, everyone's here. I better make a top 10 so we can have a good time.
Yep. Always good. We appreciate them being a sponsor.
Let's pay tribute to all these 50 that made it through 2 days of competition well enough to make it to semifinal Sunday. That's who they are, and that's where they are. Spent their time most of today on Lake St. Clair. So many of them headed in right now at this point.
We'll have to keep an eye on it. We've been talking about Securit, Johnston, and McKinney because that was the battle coming in. Fujita's done his job. Second place right now. He is third in AOY and about 3 to 5 points higher than Jay Securit. So he's now put his name in the hat as a possibility if magic happens at lacrosse.
After weighing today, we'll know a lot more about who's got to really catch him and who needs to just hang on at that last event at lacrosse.
Absolutely. A lot of boats I'd like to have been in today. I'd like to have been in the boat with Tim Dooley today. That just looked like a great day out in the water.
And who knows, he may be a little low. We may see him fight for Alex Redwine for 10th place, but either way, there's a lot of big days of fishing that have happened. They're all important, but guys knew with a 2-month break, I am out of the elites if I don't turn it around, or I'm out of the classic. And they made big clutch moves this week, some of them.
Several guys really did step it up in a big way. Stepping up from outside the top 10 to start the day. Not too many of them, unofficially. Alex Redwine being one of them. Brandon Polinick being the other one, just 2. Only 2 from the top 10 have fallen out of the top 10 officially now, and by the time the weigh-in gets started, who knows, they may be back in it again.
I think we get Taku extra credit for having those hats in his compartment. Not just one spare hat, but he had a
different ways of being a pro, no
like
doubt.
10 different hats. In there.
It's a guy that opens up his bachelor pad door to the closet and a giant stereo system and bar comes out of it.
Every sponsor was watching saying, pick our hat, and Skeeter was like, thank you, thank you.
Coverage continues tomorrow, same time as we started today over on FS1. We'll start there at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and we will have a big day for you. Championship Sunday, Lake St. Clair, starts tomorrow, 8 a.m. See you then.
Oh my God. There she is. Yeah! Yes!